Meeting is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Drinsky.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Here.
And Councilmember Zvonek.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Announcement for the call-in line.
Good evening. City Council welcomes feedback from the public on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. If you would like to speak and have not already spoken to an operator, please press star 3. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 and press star 3 when connected. You will hear a prompt confirming you are in line to speak to an operator and then be able to continue listening to the meeting. When the operator comes on line, please be ready to give them your name and agenda item you wish to speak on. Keep in mind, you must press star 3 before the city clerk reads the title of the item you wish to speak on. If you are not in the queue for the first public invited to be heard, when it's called, you will be placed in the queue for the public invited to be heard at the end of the meeting. And as a reminder, council does not allow comments about any item on the agenda during public invited to be heard, and each speaker has 3 minutes. Thank you.
Please join me for an invocation. O Lord, our God, and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you would look upon this particular gathering tonight and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable industries, sound education, and good government. Unite the community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there be justice and peace in our city. Give City Council wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and procedures before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the health of this community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Executive session update. During executive session, we had legal advice, discussed negotiations. Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, we do have 3 individuals. The first is Jerry Drinsky.
Mayor, point of order.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, do we not have minutes?
No, we do not.
You did not? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Jurinsky, a name which should be familiar to you. I would like to direct my comments this evening to Councilmember Marcano. On your webpage, there is a sentence that reads, and I quote, "He is currently dedicating his time to serving the residents of Ward 4, unquote." That sentence is absolutely not true. I am a resident of Ward 4. As you publicly stated several months ago, the Republican Party is a sadistic death cult and the most dangerous organization that has ever existed. An outrageous and, quite frankly, ignorant comment. The remarks made by Councilmember Jurinsky, for which you would like to see her censured, pale in comparison to yours. If anyone should be censured or apologize, it should be you and not her. But your words were, and Councilmember Jurinsky's words are, free speech that is protected. I'm quite sure there are many Republicans in Ward 4, and you have insulted and demeaned them. Mr. Marcano, you are not serving your residents. You are serving your own personal agenda. An agenda of disrespect for the police, for public safety, and I believe for the future of Aurora. In my judgment, your political career begins and ends with the Aurora City Council, because while it is easy to represent those with whom you agree, true leaders will do all they can to work with those with whom they disagree. And you are not capable of doing that because you are not a leader, but a follower of a hateful agenda. If you truly cared about the residents of Ward 4, you would resign and let someone else actually serve Ward 4. Thank you, Council, for the time to present these comments.
Okay, next we have David Corbari.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing the public to come up and voice comment. I want to address specifically the camping ban. You're going to have a lot of...
I'm sorry, sir. The camping ban you'll have to make after your public comments.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm addressing specifically the appointment of, I believe it was Garrett Wills, to the Zoning and Planning Commission. I believe that last council meeting, this appointment was postponed to be voted on excuse me, during this council meeting. That applicant did not state that they had a conflict of interest, namely their position as a consultant within the real estate market. They have a very, very strong conflict of interest there, and they also made it clear that they were going to essentially rubber stamp things that would, as long as they were up to code, they would go through the Zoning and Planning Commission. Councilman Sundberg, I know that you have a restaurant and in a growing area of town. This applicant seems to be like the type of person that would allow for 6-lane highways and all kinds of costly mess that would make it to where your restaurant, nobody would walk up to it. They would do a U-turn to come into the parking lot, and you'd have more parking space than restaurant space. And a lot of Aurora is already kind of falling into this. Parker Road, the areas in Havana, on the Havana Street corridor where I live, I don't want the same 4 restaurants. I do not like Buffalo Wild Wings, I would like to see a zoning applicant like the gentleman who, the name escapes me, who's coming in from, works for the city of Denver, who is an actual urban planner. That's his job day in and day out. So please consider that on item 18. Thank you.
Next is Bruno.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bruno, and I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here with a number of other community members who have come to speak out against the urban camping ban, a policy that is cruel,
Sir,
wasteful.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to...
Sorry, I'm going to get to that. I know that it's later in the agenda, but I did want to make it clear that we are going to be here and we will make sure that every single one of us is heard on that issue. But moving on, I wanted to speak actually specifically to this 5-point plan coming from the new right-wing majority of the City Council. We know that you're rapidly moving to execute a swath of pro-police measures that will win your favor with your right-wing donor base that was so offended to see APD held accountable last year. But the people of Aurora are facing real issues: homelessness, rising rents, joblessness, youth alienation, and violence. You propose to bludgeon the citizens of Aurora with more policing, more patrols, more surveillance, more criminalization. Your donors may be happy with what you're doing here, but the people of the city are the ones that have to pay that price. We're here to say that if you think that you will not meet resistance in this effort to further increase the police stranglehold on this town, you are wrong. Thank you.
That was the last individual to be heard.
The next item is the adoption of the agenda. I would like to amend the adoption of the agenda to put item number 9, which is,
11A.
I'm sorry, 11A. Item number 9 is the adoption of the agenda. Item number 11A to go after item number 14A. Item number 11A directs the city to ensure that we have adequate shelter options for the camping ban, but if the camping ban doesn't pass, it's a moot question. And then individuals speaking on this issue, if they could combine their comments to both the ordinance and the resolution. And so are there, need a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
Motion, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve the agenda with the change to move item 11A to follow after 11 or 14A.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Zvonek to adopt the agenda as amended. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I would like to amend that motion to also move our council and mayor reports to our next study session, only because I expect it will be incredibly late by the time we would be giving those reports, and we're unlikely to have people listening in the meeting for that long.
Very well. It's been,
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would also entertain that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Bergen to move the council reports to the next regular meeting of the Aurora City Council.
Mayor, I'm sorry, it was actually for
I'm sorry.
study session, because I don't want
Oh,
us
to the study session? I stand corrected. Is that, okay, to the next study session. Discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is the adoption of the agenda as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the agenda? Call the question.
The item has been open and e-scribe. Mayor Kaufman?
The mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Zvonek, I don't have your vote, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, it should be on.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the agenda with item 11A moved after item 14A, and for the mayor and council reports to be moved to the next study session.
Very well. The next item before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item 10A through 10B. A motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
motion to approve 10A, please.
But not 10B, I'm sorry.
Oh, and 10B, sorry.
And 10B. It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Jurenski.
seconded by Councilmember Jurenski, to approve the adoption of the consent calendar, item 10A to 10B. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the question on the adoption of the consent calendar?
Mayor Kaufman
Yes.
and Councilmember Jurenski, I'm sorry, I don't have your vote on this.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to approve the consent calendar.
Would the clerk please read the title to item number 11B?
Item 11B is Resolution 2022-50, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, to reconstitute the City of Aurora's efforts around gang reduction and intervention and youth violence prevention. And Mayor, we do have one individual to speak on this item.
Very well.
Joelle Northam.
It's just Joel, one syllable. My name is Joel. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm speaking in opposition to this 5-point plan, but more specifically about this defunct Aurora Gang Reduction Impact Program, this AGRIP thing that y'all are doing. This is Aurora's iteration of CompStat in Los Angeles and Operation Ceasefire in Boston and so on. Other cities have tried this initiative out before. You're trying to market this as like community policing, because some of these cases involving local nonprofits, involves clergy, gives yourself sort of like a veneer of legitimacy to this program. But it's not really about reducing crime and preventing the emergence. It's about preventing the emergence of people in oppressed and exploited communities becoming an incipient political force, and we see right through it. AGRIP specifically is just a massive surveillance dragnet for black and brown youth. That's it. AGRIP will undoubtedly come with military-grade surveillance software and a gang database, which will include not just suspected gang members, but their families and anyone else who is loosely connected with them. You could just be Facebook friends with someone who throws their setup, and you could be put in one of these gang databases. And once you're put into a gang database, you're automatically subject to harassment, harsher treatment by the authorities, and explicit bias in legal settings. This program also is designed to create a network of snitches in order to foster distrust in communities and to basically ruin community cohesion, which ultimately just creates the conditions for violence in these communities, as all you have to do is just be labeled a snitch before you get green-lighted. These methods and tactics, like those that are being proposed in this 5-point plan, were developed actually in overseas war zones, which actually says a lot about how you see our communities and see our people. AGRIP, like all of these so-called community policing programs, only is just an expansion of state and police power, which I believe I speak with a good portion of this room, we're vehemently opposed to. AGRIP in this 5-point plan do not address any of the underlying causes of the hardships people in marginalized communities face. It's just a selection pool for the prison industry. I want to echo much of the sentiment that is in this room right now, that y'all just want to throw policing as a solution to everything, when we know, especially with these police out here, that that is not the solution. Y'all are not about justice, you're about expanding state and police power, right? Real justice is helping struggling youth and families, not feeding them to the prison industrial complex. You think that policing in prisons keep people safe, but this country holds 25% of the world's prisoners and spends more money on police than many countries spend on their entire militaries, but nobody is safer because of it.
Sir, I'm sorry, you're reaching your 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm done. Don't give any more money to these police.
Let me, for those of us from Aurora, let me review what the code of conduct is in this chamber, and others that are here as well. And that is that there is no clapping or demonstration during the conduct of this council meeting. Thank you. Whoa, where's the... Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11B?
Mayor, I believe we need to, I already read the title, we need to vote on 11B.
Oh, I'm sorry. Very well. Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, am I doing the motion or something to speak?
Oh, I think we need a motion first.
Mayor, I move to approve 11B.
Been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 11B. How do you want to proceed at this
I
point?
just want to make a couple comments.
Very well. Please proceed.
Okay. First of all, I want to just say that this program is not going back to the police department. This program is, I'm the one who actually, myself and the mayor, went and got funding so we could address the youth violence in our community. The AGRIP program would have still been here if it wasn't because of the elimination of the photo red light in 2018 by the voters. This program is just to refocus where we're at now with dealing with the youth violence with our youth. This has nothing to do, the funding is still the same, the program is still the same, it's just refocusing it and focusing on the youth violence that we're dealing with and what the current state of what's going on in our community. We need to be more aggressive on intervention, and prevention is important, but this is what this establishes. So when you're going around saying that this is a defunct program, the only reason why it was defunct is because of the photo red light. This is just to address and to refocus where we're at now in our community. Youth are getting shot every single day. So this is just to kind of get us back and have the same resources. Money is not going away. The program is not moving out of the division. It's basically just reallocating the resources to where we need to be for intervention and dealing with our youth. The program can be expanded. The program will be filling the gaps. That's why the leader of the community housing will continue to find out where the gaps are and the needs are. It's not telling nonprofits that they can't apply for funding. We're just focusing more on the intervention section. People can say it's not going back to the police department. So for that rumor to be out and to say that this program is downsizing, it's not. It's the same program. It's just reallocating the resources. So for that, I hope that I will get support from my colleagues on this, and hopefully we can continue to address the youth violence, which has to be done now, and also to actually fill in some of the gaps that are needed, which is kind of what's being done right now. So thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I want to echo what Councilmember Lawson said. She has put a lot of thought into this program. She is the one that originally came up with the youth violence program, that we needed to address all the violence that we're seeing in Aurora and elsewhere in the metro area. And unfortunately, it is affecting our youth in terrible ways. We've had, a tremendous number of shootings in our city, and most, I would say a lot of them involving our young people. And to say that this is against people of color, this is actually to help prevent crime against people of color, because they're the ones that are being shot and killed. And so, I think it's disingenuous what was said earlier, because this program is about trying to really put the resources towards intervention. And there's actually, in the formula for funding, 80% is towards intervention. We need to address this problem now, not 6 months from now, not a year from now. And then 20% of the funding will go towards prevention. And so there are still opportunities for nonprofits to apply for funding for the prevention programs. So I also hope my colleagues will support this program. It's really important that we address this very important issue in our society.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Thanks. I'm also in support of this resolution, and I want to just thank Councilmember Lawson for the work she's put into this. When we first heard the presentation from the Youth Violence Prevention Program, I was a new member of council, and the thing that stood out to me was there was a lot of, I think, good intention behind it, but it lacked the focus that the AGRIP program had on going specifically after addressing youth violence. One of the first meetings I had as a candidate was with Omar Montgomery, who's the head of the NAACP here in Aurora, and I asked him at that time, what could we do about youth violence? It was a growing problem, and it is still a growing problem in the city. And he said one of the biggest losses that we had in terms of being able to address it was the loss of the AGRIP program because of the elimination of the photo red light, which was the funding stream for it. The only reason that program, which had a successful track record, went away was because of the loss of funding. What Councilmember Lawson has done is identify another source of funding that's going to allow a more focused program that will help address youth violence in our city. So I rise in support of this, and I hope my colleagues will too.
Further, Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly share the goal of reducing youth violence, although, as I've said before, I think that the path to doing that is by addressing the root causes, that is, the underlying conditions that create this kind of, epidemic of violence in not just our city, but all over this country. This is something that's not unique to the city of Aurora, and neither are the conditions in which a lot of communities of color, as you identified, Mayor Protem, live under due to the legacy of institutional racism, redlining, and other forms of discrimination that still plague our communities to this day. And we're still, in the after effects, we're still dealing with to this day. I understand that AGRIP was a beloved program. I've talked to several community members and organizers about it. They liked it. However, the information that we got when we were discussing AGRIP a few weeks back at study session was that it wasn't particularly effective. And the one audit that was done came back inconclusive because it was just really not well run. So I understand that you can potentially improve some of that, but at the end of the day, my concern is that we're still being reactive as opposed to being proactive. We're not addressing those underlying conditions in our community that lead to this kind of behavior. And I just want to stress again, when we were discussing our hazard mitigation plan last month, we had several maps in our backup that included socioeconomic data, social vulnerability indexes, ESL areas, educational attainment, and so on and so forth. And you can basically overlay those various data points with where we're having a lot of this violence, and it's the same map, folks. So if we can actually address those root causes, which I maintain, and there's plenty of evidence to show, stem from the socioeconomic inequities in our society that are baked in, that have been ongoing for decades, if not a century or more at this point, we will actually start to address the root. And if we don't do that, we're just going to keep throwing good money after bad. The Youth Violence Prevention Program, as it stood, as we approved it last year, was absolutely not perfect, but I think it was a much more robust and overarching kind of approach that would do some of what AGRIP does, absolutely. I think AGRIP was, some of the founding principles of AGRIP were incorporated into the Youth Violence Prevention Program. But it did more because we understand, and our Youth Violence Prevention Manager understands, that there's a lot more at play here than just gang intervention, especially when you consider that these gangs that we're dealing with, and I want to throw air quotes around that, because they're not like the Bloods and the Crips. It's my understanding that the Boner Boys, which is one of these, alleged gangs, is actually a Discord server, which is like an AOL chat room, basically. And people got into beef through that. That's not something that a traditional gang intervention program is going to really address. And I am concerned about the other social impacts that we'll have if we go this route, through like folks basically being thought of as snitches or just not being able to, build trust with their own social networks, leading to more alienation, leading to a continuation of these bad outcomes that we're seeing. So I think that we all have good intention here. But I just want to state that we need to redirect our focus to addressing the root causes. I think the Youth Violence Prevention Program, as it stood, did a better job at doing that. It could certainly be better. And we can do a much better job at addressing those root causes as a council by actually beginning to invest in our community and make up for these longstanding inequities and injustices that have been allowed to percolate in our city. So that's where, so with that said, I will not be supporting shifting the current program as it is. I don't think it's going to be as effective as what I've heard other community members ask us to do, and it's certainly not going to be as effective based off of the data that we've seen with what we've already tried. So, what they say about insanity, right? It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I would encourage my colleagues to think outside the box and try to reinvest in our community in a meaningful way.
Mayor?
Further discussion,
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Marcano. When you talk about root causes, that's important, but that's a long ways away. We're talking about right now, kids shooting each other and killing each other, and we need to address this problem immediately, and that's what this program is intended to do, and that's why we're looking at intervention as a priority. So as much as I appreciate your thoughts, I think that's why a lot of us do want to support this and want to get action right away.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, can I get a clarification for the city attorney on procedures regarding calling up an item in the future, specifically resolutions? To the city attorney.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Oh, what is are we able to call up a resolution in the future?
Sure.
Okay, can you elaborate on what needs to happen at tonight's meeting for that to occur?
So, are you talking about something that has failed tonight
No.
and bringing it back? Or are
No.
you just bringing up any resolution? So council always has a prerogative, any council member has a prerogative to put a resolution. You can either go to study session or you can come directly to the floor. That is a council member's prerogative.
Sorry, to be a little bit more clear, in order to bring up a resolution in the future, once it's been voted on, does somebody have to be on the prevailing side of that vote?
So if this fails you do have an opportunity that a member on the prevailing side has to bring it up, because that would mean could be a change of voting on this.
Reconsideration.
It's a reconsideration.
Okay, and then if it passes tonight, is there an opportunity to bring this back up for discussion?
It could be brought back again, you can bring it back for a vote for reconsideration.
Okay, and do you have to be still on the prevailing side?
Yes.
Okay, and I do have some comments aside from my questions to the city attorney, Mayor.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of thoughts. So I was just trying to get some procedural clarification on the vote tonight. So I don't have anything against supporting youth violence prevention. I think my issue with this resolution lies in a few kind of other areas. So when we were first given a presentation on this youth violence prevention program, we had hired a program manager, I believe is the correct title, and there was a well-vet, well-researched plan, 5-year plan that was established. There was community input from actual youth, hundreds of youth giving input on the types of programming that needed to happen through the city of Aurora to truly impact youth violence prevention. And that's the program that I was sold on. That's the program that we built trusting relationships through the city, and talking more about what youth violence prevention, like a true program, looks like. After this, during this year, I don't know if it's because of the change in political composition of our council, but suddenly this youth violence prevention program, robust program, turned very narrowly. So we're taking back this very database or data-driven, like researched program that we presented to community, was presented at emergency community meetings after the Hinckley and Central shootings. We're taking that away, essentially, and we're just focusing it on gang violence prevention. So I do not support the fact that we are going to be reducing the potential impact in services that community has asked for, and that we as a city council, or rather our representative as the youth violence prevention manager, shared the focus of this program. I feel like we said one thing to community, and then now that that has changed, and so I don't support that reduction in scope, because that is not. AGRIP was you could debate the merits of how successful AGRIP was. But if you have read any of that evidence-based research, AGRIP was only focused on gang reduction and intervention. I refuse to say that youth violence prevention is gang reduction. They are not synonymous, and that rhetoric really frustrates me about the direction of this conversation. Our youth are not just in gangs. That is one part of a larger conversation around violent crimes and our youth. And our youth were very explicit about some of the other areas that they needed support with. And this shift fundamentally changes that. So I have issues with the way that it was initially presented to community, and now the shift in the focus is only associating. We're saying the resolution is youth violence prevention, and in the policy, we're saying that is equal to gangs and youth, and that's not okay with me. I will be supporting this only for in the hopes that perhaps we might have an additional discussion in the future. It was just stated that I need to be on the prevailing side to reconsider the conversation. So that's something that I'm hoping to be able to do in the future. Again, I have nothing against supporting and funding programs for youth violence prevention. I 100% support that, but for those structural issues and the difference between what was shared with community and the scope of this project, I don't support it. But like I said, on a procedural note, I'll be supporting for that reason.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you. So I just wanted to get some clarification on what it means to be shifting 80% of the funding into reinstituting AGRIP, because the program that was presented to us had a majority of the funding already going to intervention, and then a lesser portion of the funding going to primary and secondary prevention. So can the youth violence prevention manager, can you answer, would this be basically just relabeling the intervention efforts that you already were planning to undertake, or is this changing the direction of the program in terms of the intervention programs that you had proposed?
Question of staff.
Hey, this is Christina, Program Manager for the Aurora Youth Violence Prevention Program. I apologize, I'm joining virtually. I'm getting over a cold. As far as the funding, the shift in funding would essentially still support the funding recommendations that were outlined initially, with a smaller percentage going towards upstream prevention efforts. The major change in shift from AGRIP to AGRIP would impact more, not necessarily the funding, but more so on the programmatic side of things. And so that would essentially, if we're only being directed to do what AGRIP called for, we're only serving high-risk identified gang members, which is a smaller population of what YVPP is currently serving and looks to serve.
Mayor?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not finished. Can I
go
Please
ahead?
proceed.
Didn't know.
So just to clarify, that means that we wouldn't be doing the same intervention programming as was presented to us. It's a narrower intervention programming and lesser prevention programming as well.
That's correct. Yes. So
Okay.
AGRIP only focused on high-risk gang members, whereas we're focusing on at-risk and high-risk, which is really important, especially considering that most of our violent crime is not being committed by identified gang members.
Okay, thank you. So with that being stated, that's really my objection is, it's already been stated by Councilmember Murillo as well, is framing all of our intervention efforts as being only focused on gangs. Because what that really means actually is that we're going to continue to let youth shoot each other, because we're not going to be identifying and intervening in situations where youth are at risk of engaging in that violence or being victimized by that violence. And so that, I think we could say we want to shift 80% of the funding to intervention and only 20% on prevention. That I would support, even though I think our staff gave us those recommendations of those funding amounts for reasons that were grounded in data. I'd be willing to say, you know what, we just still as a council want to prioritize intervention. What I'm not willing to say is that we want to prioritize only intervention in gangs and not put any resources to ensuring that all of the youth in our community that are at risk for being victimized by or engaging in violence, that not all of them are going to be served. So that's really, for me, a deal breaker. I think we need to acknowledge that there are all of those other risk and protective factors that were presented to us by our staff based on a study that they conducted and a very in-depth community needs assessment. So I can't support this for that reason, only because we're really leaving out so many people by making it focused on gangs.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Lawson.
Okay. When we made the decision on the allocation and said 80% was to go to intervention and 20% to prevention, my understanding is that is directing the RFP process. Is that not correct, Christina?
Staff response.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
When we said that we wanted 80% to go to intervention and 20% to go to prevention, my understanding was that we were saying that that was the direction for the RFP process, that was giving you some focus on how to do the RFP.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Well, I think it's very interesting. I'm kind of disappointed in Christina. It says Section 2 on this is to support this collaborative approach to reduce gang and youth violence in the city. The City Council approves of AGRIP funding to be allocated as 80%, as we discussed, and dedicated to intervention efforts, and 20% of funding to be dedicated directly to prevention. This says reduce gang and youth violence in the city. So I just don't see this as just gangs. It's looking at it from a bigger perspective. So I disagree with what's been said. This program is just to refocus and redirect this program. This program, when it was presented, when I first presented this proposal last year along with the mayor, I said I wanted this to be AGRIP 2.0. Meaning, yeah, AGRIP had some issues, but it also had some gaps that could be expanded to make it better. We are doing the RFP process for the nonprofits, so where this is going, that nonprofits can apply and the same ones cannot, I don't even know where that's coming from. So again, I do not just see this as a program for gangs, it's for youth violence, period. So you can say whatever Section 2 of what this resolution says, and youth violence. So again, I hope that my colleagues will support.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Medina, then Councilmember Coons.
Just to give a little more clarification, because I'm probably one of the few people that has actually worked with AGRIP for about 5 years, the first 5 years that it was implemented in Northwest Aurora. So just to give some context on that, I was one of the community members working at Moorhead Rec Center as the facilitator of that facility, working with AGRIP on those specific things. They were targeting specifically gang members. And that's the issue that I have as well, is just that we're putting in the word gang, and once you do that, we take away everything else. The other youth are just that, they're other youth. We're going to label them as gangs. We're not even going to look at them as just troubled youth or whatever. I don't like all these labels that we put on youth. I've asked that of youth that I work with. They don't like that. That all of a sudden I get in an altercation and now I'm going to be labeled a gang member because I get in a fight in school over something. I don't want that put on kids. I wouldn't want it put on my own children if they have an altercation. I think we as a group and as a community haven't addressed the issue of the gun itself. What's the concept of how do they mitigate? I think it all goes back to, if some of you went to the meetings, which I attended, some council members did as well, where one of the youth was asked why he carried a weapon and concealed it. Now, doesn't that sound just like what we do as adults? We have conceal and carry weapons, correct? We have that as adults. The only difference is they can't do it because it's not legal. They're not of legal age to do that. And what did the gentleman say when he said why he carried it? It was because he felt unsafe. It wasn't because he was a gang member. It was because he felt unsafe. Isn't that the same concept people are carrying and concealing? Because they don't feel safe. So what's the difference between an adult doing that and yet a youth can't do that, yet the premise is the same? They're trying to protect themselves from others that would want to do them harm. So I just beg the question that if we're going to really implement this, that we need to take the word gang out of it, if at all possible. I certainly could support, and I would want to be engaged personally, again, because I have those relationships in those communities, so that I can make sure that we're addressing those needs, what many council members said, the root causes, the poverty, a lot of different factors, the mental health. There's a lot of different things that are going on in these communities and these families that create this opportunity. Thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that my objection is not about the nonprofits that can apply, because that keeps being appealed to as an issue. My issue is what are the actual programs that we're implementing and what youth are we going to be working with? That's my concern. And how are we going to be working with those youth? So I just wanted to be very clear about that. It doesn't really matter to me which nonprofits apply or what funding they get. It's that programmatically, we are not saying that the only violence that we're going to focus on, or even the main violence that we're going to focus on, is gangs.
Mayor?
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
It states in the resolution that this is, yes, it addresses gangs as well, but it also addresses just plain youth violence. And this program is about preventing youth violence, intervening, trying to do what we need to do, which we have an obligation to our young people to try to prevent this. And that's what this is about. I think we're getting really off topic because this has teeth in terms of funding. We will get funding. We will get programs funding to help address the youth violence.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Then I guess my question is, then why are we saying AGRIP, which is a gang-specific program? Why don't we just say we're shifting the prioritization of funding within the youth violence prevention program? Why are we making it about AGRIP and about gangs if our intent is not to primarily make it about gangs?
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Let me go Councilmember Zavonic, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, I want to go back to just the plain language of this resolution. In the second whereas, it says, in an effort to end violence among youth, the city of Aurora launched the Aurora Gang Reduction Impact Program. AGRIP was about intervening in youth violence. Bringing this back is a way to make a more focused and intentional effort on our part to address youth violence in our city. The Youth Violence Prevention Program, as it was presented to us earlier this year, end of last year, was a mile wide and an inch deep. This is more focused and will give us a better chance at actually addressing the problem that we have of youth violence in our city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I was just going to add that the AGRIP program really has a good foundation. If you do the research on the program, it may not have been executed years ago to its fullest capacity, but it has a really good foundation, and that's why we chose to revert back to that program.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I've gotten feedback on passing resolutions before that they are not laws. It's direction. So I want to be clear there. The title is Aurora Gang Reduction Impact Program. I don't know. To me, that means that the main focus is Aurora Gang Reduction Impact. There is language, kind of catch-all language, which I'm appreciative of, and I think is kind of honoring that more intersectional approach. But I don't know how else you read that and not understand that gang violence prevention towards youth is not the main focus of this program, which, as we've stated and we've heard from community, the manager got like several hundred youth in Aurora to take surveys, to, attend community meetings. They've talked with other stakeholders to give feedback, and that was one small area of other areas that were important. I don't know how else to say that for that to be more clear. And kind of the program itself, like AGRIP is implementing a comprehensive gang model, and that is going to be limited in scope. When I say data-based, evidence-based, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's entire theories and research around the scope of this type of program, and it is certainly still missing my larger point that we're reducing the focus and reducing the services that we're going to be offering our youth. So I'm clear that that's what's going to happen. I welcome a future conversation where we talk about maybe delineating that a little bit more. Like I said, that was my hope in supporting this, that we might be able to bring this up at a future conversation, that this doesn't have to be the last conversation. That always feels so heavy. One vote and it's done, which is the process for voting on a resolution. So I just want to be clear that that's how this is going to work. And to me, the language is very plain in just even the title. And again, I welcome an additional conversations to suss out and clarify. Maybe it doesn't have to just be gang reduction, but AGRIP is not the same. Gang reduction does not equal youth violence prevention. And then I guess another point, my colleague, Councilmember Zvonek, referenced a conversation with a very well-known leader, Omar Montgomery of the NAACP, and I'm glad that you had that conversation, but just wanted to clarify, did Omar Montgomery approve of the representation of that conversation? Because it kind of alluded that he was supporting this, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I didn't want to make...
oh, sorry. Councilmember Zvonek.
I didn't want to...
now recognized.
I didn't want to suggest that Mr. Montgomery supported this resolution. I just wanted to make sure that I stated a very clear fact, which was that when he and I sat and met and I asked him what we could do to address youth violence in the city, as I was getting some input from him throughout my campaign, or in that particular instance, he suggested that which I was at that time unaware of, he suggested the AGRIP program in its loss was a loss to the city, and that it was just simply because of the photo red light revenue stream that went away, and not because it was a failed program, but that in fact it was a good program.
But not that sorry, Mayor.
Members will wait to be recognized. Councilmember Murillo.
Mayor, I believe I corrected myself before you obnoxious gavel, but go ahead. Councilmember Zvonek, so just to be clear, you're not saying that Omar of Montgomery of the NAACP, a very well-respected Black leader in this community, very heavily focused in gang violence and youth violence prevention and all of the above, is necessarily supporting this. He might have mentioned that AGRIP might have been in an isolated conversation that might have been supported, but that he's not specifically supporting this situation here.
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonek.
No matter how many times you ask and how many different words you use, the answer is still yes. He did not say tonight or in reference to tonight's vote that he was supportive of it.
Mayor Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski.
I wasn't done. Okay.
This has been a wonderful.
Councilmember Jurenski.
This has been a wonderful conversation, but I would like to call for the vote.
The motion is called for the question. It is a non-debatable motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jurenski, second by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Call for the question. Would the clerk please read the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Who had the second with Councilmember Jurenski's motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Okay. My apologies. We're changing the vote.
I can't hear Councilmember Jurenski. She's addressing the council. I can't hear her.
Be no comments from the audience.
I just don't know if her mic
The vote?
Okay, it is now open and e-scribed for council members to vote on the motion to vote for the, call for the vote for the resolution. Councilmember Medina.
No.
Councilmember Barrio.
Yes.
The motion passes with no votes from Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Marcano, and Councilmember Medina to call for the vote.
Question before us now is the adoption of
Mayor,
item number
point of
11C.
order.
I'm
Point of
sorry,
order.
11B. Councilmember Coombs.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
No. There's no substitute motion to, is there? I don't believe there. City Attorney, there's a call for, it's a subtle question. It already passed. The motion already passed. It's a subtle question.
No, the motion didn't pass yet. We haven't voted on this item, so it's a substitute motion to
The call for
motion
the call for the
to
question.
approve this resolution.
Okay. The question before us now is the adoption of 11B, item number 11B. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor, do we have a motion and second on the floor to adopt this resolution?
I'm sorry. What's it?
So you can now vote on the main motion.
Right. The question before us is the adoption of item number 11B.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Does it require a second?
There is a first and second already.
There's a first.
So you're to the point of voting at this.
We're prepared to vote now.
Okay,
Call for
I'm
the
sorry.
question was passed.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Lawson and then second by Councilmember Drinsky. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. The vote has been open and e-scribe. The motion passes with 7 yeses, with no votes from Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Medina, and Councilmember Coombs.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, I would just like to go on the record amending my initial vote. I was confused. I was still frightened by the gavel. I can't even think straight. I'm still struggling, sorry. I initially thought the first vote was on the entire resolution as opposed to calling for the vote. My apologies. I did not agree with calling for the vote, but was going to support the resolution.
City Attorney.
So I'm lost on the number of votes.
Okay, so for the call for the question,
Passed.
we had 8 yes and 3 no.
So Councilmember Murillo would just like it to reflect.
Okay. We
So-
will change that to 7 yes, 4 no, with Councilmember Mario voting no to call the question.
And we can move to the next item.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11C.
Item 11C is Resolution 2022-51, consideration to approve a resolution for the First Amendment to the amended and restated IGA between the City of Aurora and the RTD for the initial parking management plan for the iLift Station parking garage.
A brief presentation by staff.
Good evening. My name is Scott Bauman. I'm the parking manager within Public Works. I am seeking approval of a First Amendment to an existing amended and restated IGA with RTD for the parking management plan and operations of the iLift Station parking garage. This First Amendment only extends the current IGA for an additional 2 years to February of 2024. All other pre-existing IGA terms and conditions remain in place. This IGA allows the city to fully manage and operate all day-to-day operational aspects of the iLift Station parking garage on behalf of RTD. This garage service is performed currently by Laz Parking through our outside vendor Park Aurora enforcement program. This IGA with RTD also outlines the requirements and responsibilities required of the city at the garage. Beyond maintaining and operating the garage, there are requirements for ongoing reporting and the management of a dynamic pricing strategy plan to monitor the variable pricing aspects of the commuter usage of the garage. RTD has already approved and signed this IGA amendment. Without this proposed amendment, the IGA would automatically expire this month and would leave RTD and the iLift garage without an active operator, and we wouldn't have any involvement in the operations of the garage. If you have any questions regarding the approval of this resolution, I'm happy to.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Scott, for the presentation. I just have a quick question for you. Refresh my memory here. The garage is fully paid for already, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, great. So, Mayor, can I follow up?
Please proceed.
All right, thank you. So I'm wondering, in an effort to incentivize ridership, have you investigated potentially dropping or just eliminating the fare? I understand that, or the parking fees rather, I understand that it would incur a recurring cost to the city to the tune of around, $30,000 if I'm not mistaken, per year. Is that something that you have all discussed?
So this specific RGA really is a pilot program with RTD. RTD wants to know, and we're the only site in their entire program that allows for parking on the first day. So what that does is they want to know the elasticity of what pricing in the garage does for ridership. So this is a specific program that they want to see pricing and what it does and how it changes the demand for the garage. So I don't see the price to some degree could go down to zero. Right now it's $1.50 for the first day. That's been on hold now for the last 2 years because of COVID. The ridership is down, so we've kind of put a hold on that dynamic pricing component of the garage. But we're right now working with communications. We're going to start doing some marketing and advertising and get that going again. And our ridership is picking up, and the garage usage is picking up. So I do anticipate the garage rates being lowered at some point, and it would be staged down in increments with RTD's approval. So they want to see pricing at the garage. They want to see, because they're modeling it elsewhere. So at some point, RTD is going to be charging all their lots and garages, system-wide, and they're using the data from this garage to determine what's the correct pricing and so forth.
All right, thank you.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Sorry, Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you. I have more of a comment. I'm looking forward to see how this kind of develops. I was the co-chair of the RTD Accountability Committee. One of the big areas of conversation was kind of the fiscal solvency of RTD and how to kind of maintain the system that is really far-reaching with kind of COVID exacerbating a lower ridership. So I'm very curious to see, and just to back up a little bit, there was even state legislation that was passed, I believe in the last session, that gave RTD the flexibility to explore this area as a potential source of revenue to make the larger system sustainable. That wasn't previously an option. So I'm very curious to see how this kind of pans out, and just wanted to offer that comment, and thank you for bringing this up.
Okay, motion is in order. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 11C.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, second by
Bergen.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. To approve item number 11C. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of item 11C. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously to approve Resolution 2022-51.
The time is now 7:37. Council will stand in recess until 7:45 to give staff the opportunity to make another announcement for the call-in line.
Members of the public who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already spoken to an operator, press star 3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press star 3. Council is taking a short break to allow any additional speakers to sign up. Please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. Keep in mind, you must press star 3 before the clerk calls and reads the title of the item you wish to speak on. Thank you.
The Aurora City Council is back in session. Will the clerk please read the title? Clerk, please read the title to item number 12A.
Item 12A is public hearing with related ordinance, Ordinance 2022-11, public hearing and consideration of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, rezoning 10.532 acres of land, more or less generally located north of Jewel Avenue and east of the Plains Conservation Center within the City of Aurora, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, from Parks and Open Space District to Accident Potential Zone District, Clear Zone Subarea, and amending the zone map accordingly. Buckley Space Force Parcel Rezone.
Public hearing on item number 12A is now open. Presentation by staff.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Karen Hancock, and I'm a principal planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. The item before you this evening is a request by city staff on behalf of Buckley Space Force Base to rezone a 10-acre parcel recently acquired by Buckley. The subject parcel on tonight's agenda was transferred to Buckley from the city in exchange for a parcel located on the northeast corner of the base. This small parcel is very important for Buckley to have within their control, as it is located in their accident potential zone and additionally in the clear zone subarea right at the end of the runway. The current zoning is POS, or Parks and Open Space, and the requested zoning is Accident Potential Zone. POS zoning allows some passive land uses like trailheads and stormwater ponds. The APZ district clear zone subarea permits no active or passive land uses unless requested by Buckley. The clear zone subarea must remain vacant for the safety of the pilots and to support the base's flying missions. Rezoning will assure that the parcel remains vacant and with no active or passive land uses as long as there is a flying mission at the base. Buckley staff sent a letter to the city manager, Jim Twombly, requesting this rezone and asking for the city to act as the applicant. That concludes my presentation.
Presentation by the applicant.
We are the applicant on behalf of Buckley Space Force Base.
So you're both. Okay. Is there any member of the public that wishes to be heard on this issue?
No, Mayor.
Are there questions of staff or staff representing the applicant from members of council?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, you mentioned that we're changing it so that passive or active would not be allowed anymore. So, but you had an exception in there. What was that?
Unless Buckley requested it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Seeing no further questions, motion isn't. The public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, I move to adopt 12.
Moved by Councilmember Sundberg, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to adopt item number 12A. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on item number 12A.
The motion passes unanimously to approve Ordinance 2022-11.
I will now relinquish the gavel to the Mayor Pro Tem to run the meeting concerning item 14A and the companion resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Katie, do we have public invited first?
Yes, we have 25 individuals in person and 18 on the phone line.
Cool.
And do you need to read the ordinance first, or we just have public invited first?
I can do it.
Thank you.
It's introduction of Ordinance 2022-12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding a new section to be numbered 94-122 to the City Code pertaining to prohibiting unauthorized camping on public or private property, and adding Article 4, Section 114-106 through 114-112 to Chapter 114 pertaining to abating unauthorized camps on public property. And the first individual is Deborah Johnson. And
Good evening. My name is Deborah Johnson. I'm here to thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to this Ordinance 22-12 unauthorized camping ban. I realize this ordinance is trying to deal with a delicate balance between homelessness, affordable housing, and quality of life for surrounding neighborhoods. However, we need to be respectful of these people and the situation they are in. It is appalling that the first aspect the city promotes with this ordinance is aesthetics. Yes, sanitation, public health, and safety are mentioned, but aesthetics is first. I do not like seeing people living in the Highline Canal near my house, but also know there isn't sufficient affordable housing in Denver metro area or services to accommodate their needs. Also, Section 114, which is a section of the Aurora City Code this ordinance is being placed, is labeled solid waste. Is this how Aurora leaders are classifying these encampments and the people that live in them? Solid waste? There are other sections of the city code that may be better representation, like Section 62, Environment, or Section 74, Health and Sanitation. The consideration of this ordinance is premature. Just tonight, a resolution is being introduced directing the city manager to look for and create shelter options for unauthorized camping. I would recommend the information gathered from the city manager will be part of the council decision-making process on the necessity and the ability to enforce this ordinance. In addition, this ordinance does not specify what agency or department in the city will be responsible for writing the rules and regulations for its implementation. You mentioned earlier, ordinance is law, not an implementation plan. Please do your homework before you pass this law. Make sure there are resources and administrative structure available to enforce the ordinance. As I stated, the passing of this ordinance is premature. Please vote no or postpone the vote until there is sufficient information to make a sound decision. And then in reference to your resolution, I just want to add, I know that these two were put together. I think that this resolution needs to have a time frame. The city manager is to look for and create to maintain the options. And who is the beneficiary of this information? City Council, Housing Authority? It's unclear who will benefit from this information. I would like to see at minimum these two items added to that resolution. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Jim Kickbush.
Good evening. This is my first time, by the way. My name is Jim Kickbush. I want to thank you, Mayor Kaufman, and City Council, especially the new conservative ones. Thank you. I support the camping ban, or whatever you want to call it. I live next to Toll Creek, and it is getting out of hand. You can't even walk your animals anymore. Please vote yes for this. Thank you very much.
Next is Ryan Hanby.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I want to begin by just saying I've spoken at public comment many times, and I've never seen the amount of police in the chambers or in the room out front as I see tonight. And I see it as a blatant act of intimidation of people who have come here tonight to speak. I can't see it as anything other than that. I want to speak in opposition to the camping abatement ordinance. I want to echo what the first speaker said, that I think it's coming without the proper research being done. There isn't a set point in time count for the number of homeless people that are in Aurora. I don't understand how you can just say that we need to ban homeless people, which is really what this does, bans homelessness outside of shelters, without knowing how many people are homeless in this city. I also think that without a set amount of money that's going to shelters, I don't understand how you can, just sweep homeless people away. I'm not a resident of Aurora, I'm a resident of Denver. I live in the East Colfax neighborhood, and I know that many of the people that became homeless in Denver have moved into Aurora. And I think that, this is what sweeps do. The sweep program in Denver has failed miserably and just continued to move people from place to place. And every time people are moved, they lose all of their possessions, into these trash trucks that come along with the sweeps. I also just want to say that I really don't think that the Aurora Police Department is up to the job of enforcing this camping abatement ban. It's under a consent decree right now. I believe we all know what happened with the murder of Elijah McClain. And I think that this body has proven that it's unable to effectively interact with members of the community, and I would include people who don't have homes within that community. I think that many homeless people have jobs as well, and something that happens is when homeless people go to their job during the day, then a sweep comes and they come back at the end of their working day, and they've lost absolutely everything in a sweep. And there's so many things that I don't see in this plan, and I think really what we see here is that it's not just an oversight, but it's an attempt by the new conservative majority of this board to do something for aesthetics alone.
I'm sorry, sir, you're reaching your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you'll hear from the rest of the folks tonight, the rest of what I was going to say.
Next is David Kabari. David.
If I could ask everyone in the chambers, we do appreciate you being here, and we want to hear from you. If you could just please be respectful. I think both sides can agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing time to speak on this. I'm here primarily because I'm confused why this camping ban has gotten so far. Apologize, I'm not the most eloquent, but this type of thing has been tried in multiple cities across the U.S. It's failed in Austin. It continues to fail in Denver. It has a lot of legal liabilities to it. That's why it's being called a camping ban and not a ban on homelessness, right? But primarily, my issue, and I think everyone here, their issue with it would primarily be how much it's going to cost. This is going to kick back on the taxpayers big time. The cost of this program in Denver, there is a specific audit going on right now for it because of how much it is impacting the city's bottom line. The contract to remove that material is a toxic one. I've been on hazmat cleanup teams. No one wants to touch this contract. The big ticket customers that form the base of your say like an environmental firm that would go out to bid for this, they do not want to be doing business with a company that is going to do this kind of business. Not to mention when you have people get on site and all of a sudden there's a propane tank or a canister of gasoline, now all of those technicians then have to be 40-hour HAZWOPER trained. That's a change order, right? And that's what the city of Denver is facing right now, is this massively ballooning contract that is costing them a lot of money. In addition to this, and I think this is the prime reason why this has come up and why this has gotten so far, is this increases the number of interactions between the public and the police. That's why the FOP wants this so bad, because you increase those number of interactions, you increase your funding ask, when it comes budget time. And when that happens, there's not existing revenue streams for this, right? You're going to have to pull some new one in. We have already set up a bunch of, bad arrangements with metro districts that are bleeding us dry. This is going to be the nail in the coffin. Aside from all of the, you may think I'm like a bleeding heart or something like that.
Sir, you're reaching your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll at least postpone it. At least postpone it to do some more research. I'd love to talk individually with some of you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Danny Moore.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, distinguished council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Danny Moore. I'm a 24-year retired military veteran. I've worked in Aurora for 27 years. I raised my children here. I have a small business in Aurora. So you see, I did not just discover Aurora. I want to encourage you to be strong tonight. This is not a perfect first step, but it is a first step. I'm here tonight to advocate for the passing of the unauthorized camping abatement ordinance. A favorite American poet named John Holmes once said, "There's no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting someone up." This is what I'm here to encourage you to do tonight. It is not enough for our citizens to be placed on the sidewalk or under a bridge or in our sewers. As a state, we're better than that. We are our brother's keepers. And sometimes that means we have to help our citizens where they don't seem to know they need help. For you see, as a county, we are better than that. There are many reasons why I could oppose the camping ban. Safety. It's just not safe for our citizens to live on the street unprotected. Environmental. It's only a matter of time before we start to see the toll it takes of having human waste run along our streets. I would ask you, why do we have an ordinance to pick up animal waste, but it's okay for our fellow citizens to have their waste run down our streets? But neither of these are the reasons that I am for this. It is simply inhumane. I want better for our citizens. We must act as a village to lift up our fellow citizens. The homeless problem has become like many of the solvable problems of our time. It is now too profitable to allow it to be solved. Millions are spent to keep our fellow citizens on the streets. Our empathy for public camping has created a hammock that prevents people who need the most help from getting it. No man, woman, or child should be forced to accept the lowest of what our society offers. To do so is beneath us, and we are better than that. Tonight we have the opportunity to lead with cities like Colorado Springs and taking tangible steps to end homelessness in our town and creating a public and private venture. Now is the time. We must do what is right. We must provide the help where it's needed, because this is Aurora, and we are better than that. Thank you, and I encourage you to vote yes.
Next is Nate Casa.
Good evening. My name is Nate, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I've lived in Aurora for more than 10 years, and this proposed camping abatement is a disgrace. What makes it even more disgraceful is the mayor's claim that this plan is compassionate. Was this compassion the mayor found after his 1-week stunt pretending to be homeless, where he concluded homelessness is a lifestyle choice? This ordinance is an extra infringement on homeless people. You already spent my money to sweep 80 people just last year. I personally know a social worker in the Denver area whose job is to find employment and housing for people experiencing homelessness. And one of the biggest barriers to employment and housing, she says, is that when her clients lose vital documents like their IDs, social security cards, birth certificates, and immigration paperwork, and phones and sweeps, it delays their ability to connect, apply for jobs, and work on housing by months and in most cases years. I wonder if the mayor were to be on the other side of one of these sweeps and have his life completely uprooted, would he still call them compassionate? Is it compassionate to increase the presence of APD on these people? Did I dream it, or just a couple years ago, did we not watch thousands of people in Aurora flood the streets in responses to the crimes of APD, who are in endless scandals? This is the department that is under a consent decree right now for the unbelievable racism and brutalization that they enact on our people. And how is the solution to give them more money? That just does not make sense. How many poor people of color have APD beaten, brutalized, killed, and abused? Not to mention the city already gives them millions of dollars. And this crooked police department pays out millions and millions of settlements after abusing our community. And they still want to give $6 million more in retention bonuses for police officers. Instead, our money should be used to fund housing immediately for these homeless people instead of killing and brutalizing us. And rather than dehumanizing and degrading poor people, we need to treat them as human. We need to stop the sweeps. They deserve clean, safe, decent, and permanent housing. So we say housing and not sweeps. Vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Please do
Caitlin
not
Amick.
applause. Thank you.
Caitlin Amick.
I don't see any real solutions for the unhoused community in the 5-point action plan and camping ban. I only see an incredible amount of problems. The camping ban would increase face time between APD and the community, as well as funnel more money into that department instead of using that money for any real tangible solutions for the people and people suffering from homelessness. Any proposal that would encourage additional time policing, aka terrorizing communities, is obviously a dangerous decision for your constituents. A mere 6 months ago, an independent investigation on APD and Aurora Fire Rescue found that they have a pattern and practice of violating state and federal laws. In this proposal, it would increase patrols in key neighborhoods, but the independent investigation found that the Aurora Police has a pattern and practice of racially policing. So we know that that means increased patrols in Black and brown communities. Once they're patrolling those communities, all people become at risk since APD has a pattern and practice of using excessive force. Expanding the practice of police-enforced displacement of homeless people is just bringing more risk of confrontation, fines, jail time, and trauma to an already very marginalized group, and it offers no meaningful support. It was found APD already had a misplaced view of de-escalation, and they don't focus on avoiding unnecessary escalation in the first place. So why would we ever allow a department with such a stained track record to have such a huge role of any anti-homeless measures? And why would we accept such a weak plan from someone who enthusiastically went undercover homeless because that clearly was a classist, repulsive, and disgusting stunt? Vote no, and please find a plan that actually addresses the underlying problems facing the community instead of criminalizing being homeless and poor.
Dakota Dexter.
My name is Dakota. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation here in Aurora. As a resident in Aurora, I think it is appalling that certain council members and even the mayor have the audacity to suggest that the homelessness crisis in this city can be solved with more police and violent sweeps. Just last year, while the mayor was pretending to be homeless, the city conducted 80 sweeps. I have witnessed sweeps up close, and they are violent. How much more violence does the mayor think this community deserves? As every member of this council, and even the mayor knows, there is only one solution to homelessness: housing. Not police, not sweeps, housing. Anything less is simply cruelty. Stop playing politics with people's lives. If you care at all about the most vulnerable people in this community, vote no on this camping ban.
L.
Hello, my name is Elle. I'm also with the Party for Socialism and Liberation in Aurora. You really don't make this like a welcoming experience. I've been sitting here, as everyone has, for however long we've been here, an hour and change. And something that's really struck me is it seems like the members of this council have a confused perspective on the difference between supporting their community and condemning community members to being subject to violence. The violence of being labeled a gang member, the violence of fractured communities due to clumsy and profit-driven state intervention, the violence of losing all of their possessions and their home. Everything we've heard put forth tonight, this camping ban, AGRIP, these, which are both part of this 5-point program, they all seek to terrorize marginalized people in Aurora rather than supporting them. The money to house the houseless and support the youth exists. You just refuse to listen to the people when they tell you what they need and how to allocate that money. It's also very striking to me that Mayor Kaufman, you introduced a version of this camping ban in August and it didn't pass. You needed to wait 6 months before reintroducing it. And rather than using that 6 months to really address the underlying causes of the challenges faced in these communities, you simply brought the same plan back. Sweeps are still cruel. They're still a waste of time and energy, and they still create all of the problems that you've heard people mention tonight. 6 months didn't change that. So I hope that this council will listen to the people who are here tonight, and I hope that you will vote no on this camping ban.
Joelle Northam.
Hi, it's Joel with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Speaking in opposition to the proposed camping ban that you're trying to push through. Also just want to note that as an aside that nobody that's been through poverty could ever give any legitimacy to your finding that homelessness is a lifestyle choice, as if your few days pretending to be homeless give you some sort of special insight to the plight of the poor and disenfranchised, especially since you live a life of privilege and luxury. That was a vacation for you, and if you really wanted something to prove, you could just go back to Haditha, Iraq, where you were tasked with covering up war crimes as a civil affairs officer. I digress. This camping ban is cruel, it's inhumane, and it's noteworthy that when Mike Kaufman was asked about how shelter might be created to support the resolution, he didn't have an answer for it and said, we'll just wait until the resolution passes or something like that. Now, call me cynical, but I think that you have absolutely no intention of doing anything with regards to social protections for those people. Call me cynical, but I think that the conservative wing of this council just wants to use this in order to hide the larger systemic housing issues in Aurora, of course, to make way to attract private investment and other moneyed interests and things like that. That's what I think. You actually have the means to create more social housing to solve this issue. You could do something about the ever-increasing inaccessibility to housing in Aurora. You have the means to expand social protections, vocational training programs, et cetera, more generally, but instead you'd rather commit resources to just shuffling people around endlessly, people who have nothing, and then what, like fining them? You do realize that people don't have anything, right? So when you find them, they can't pay you, right? You do understand that? Just basic logic, right? The problem is that some of y'all just absolutely hate your non-moneyed constituents and you see them as a pestilence instead of human beings who have the same need for shelter and economic security as you do. This resolution will only contribute to further dehumanization of an already vulnerable population and will increase the risk of more violent confrontations and abuses by the notoriously gangsterish Aurora Police Department.
I just want to make a statement that if you could please refrain from personal attacks on any council members or the mayor, and just keep your comments to whether you know, why you support or don't support the camping ban. Thank you.
William Overton.
Point of order. Apologies. Point of order, Mayor Protem.
Yes, Councilmember Marcano.
I'm just going to state for the record that the First Amendment applies to everybody, including the gentleman who attacked me earlier when you said nothing. So I think, you know, maybe we can all suck it up and deal with it. Thank you.
Please. And Councilmember Marcano, yes, First Amendment does apply. I was asking politely just for people to please refrain from that. I think it's disrespectful. And yeah, it is a First Amendment right, but I think we can be civil. I appreciate everyone here, and I think we can be civil.
Good evening, Council. I want to thank you for having me here tonight, and I would like to apologize for my dress because I should be dressed better, but I actually have to get to the gym after this. Anyway, I'd like to say, as one of the only people in this room under 30 that's not a radical leftist, I'd like to really say that yes, I am. And I'd like to say that I am a right-wing conservative, proud of it, and I am happy to see that this council is supporting a compassionate notion to move people, as was said earlier, off the streets. It is inhumane. It was -3 degrees the other day, and to have people on the streets, it is incompassionate, it is wrong, and it is not safe, and people are dying on these streets. And with regards to that, we cannot allow Aurora to become another San Francisco, Seattle, Portland. It's incomprehensible. And when it comes to funding, I know the radical leftists in the room don't do their research, but according to KDVR, we spend in the Denver metro area, we spend double on homelessness than we spend on K through 12 education. That is appalling, and it is sickening, and I cannot believe that we spend double on homelessness than we do on our children, the future. I am 100% in support of this resolution, and I'd like to thank the APD for all that they do in order to keep our community safe, and I also would like to thank you for having me here tonight. That is all.
Yafet Kassesi.
Hello, my name is Yafet. I'm an organizer with the PSL. I grew up in Aurora. I went to high school down the street, and I'm here to say that I oppose this camping ban. This camping ban, as well as the sweeps that will accompany it, don't really do anything to address the problem at hand, and that is housing these people. The camping ban, the sweeps are only going to cause more harm, cause more violence, and simply just dehumanize the people that it's affecting. This city has, rather than having a camping ban, I think it's more important that the council and the city focuses on using its resources to actually provide housing for these people, to actually give them shelter, to actually solve the problem rather than just sweeping it and making it illegal to become homeless. That's all I have. Vote no.
Jen Beverly.
My name's Jen. I'm an organizer with PSL. Mayor Mike said being homeless was a choice after being undercover and mocking the unhoused community. I have lived in Aurora for most of my adult life and have seen raising rents, increasing taxes, and killings of unarmed black and brown babies. And I still have seen the lack of support and ends meet for people who can't pay their bills, can't put food in their babies' mouths, who can't pay their Excel bills, who can't pay their Aurora water bills. The unhoused community is not a new thing in Aurora. I went to school at Eagle Crest High School. We had unhoused people out there in your East Aurora area that you take so much pride in. But now, all of a sudden, Aurora has become a major hub for corporations like Amazon and HelloFresh. And we need to make it pretty and shiny because we need to appeal to all those people that want to bring money in and ultimately vote no to unions and say, no, we don't want to give you money. No, we don't want to give you equal rights. No, we don't want to give you raises for killing our babies and doing all the things that are right for us. The camping ban is not a solution. This is police terror for anyone it touches. Aurora Police is a gang. We know this. I've been in Aurora my entire life. I've been told by Aurora Police that I get stalked because I look suspicious at 16 years old on Iliff Chambers, minding my business. So I know what it's like to be terrorized by APD. This will only affect the marginalized communities, i.e. black and brown kids, black and brown moms and dads, black and brown people who pay the taxes in this community, who put you on these benches. This will only affect the people on the streets. This will affect a cycle. This will be a cycle of incarceration that most people cannot get out of. We know this will be a perpetual cycle for those black people that y'all are arresting in the streets. And lastly, I want to touch on a comment that was made by Francois Bergman about public comments and about the fact that you want to cut down the time of public comment. You made a comment about Elijah McClain and the amount of people who came in here talking about it. That was an interest of the public. Elijah McClain was the interest of the public. And if the people in Aurora want to come in week after week to talk about someone who could have been my brother, could have been my cousin, could have been my dad, and want to come in and complain and say that APD killed someone that looked like me, it is up to you to sit up here and listen to those people because they're the ones that put you up here. So your comment was ignorant, your comment was not necessary, and your comment was very offensive, and you owe the city of Aurora, someone like me, an apology, and the least you can do is sit up there and listen to comments week after week because we won't stop fighting, and we'll keep fighting because of comments like that.
If we're going to have disruption, we're going to have to take a recess, and then I'll tell you that then we're going to have everyone not participating in this meeting. So I think if you want your voices heard, please be respectful.
Rory Cavallari.
I'll make this short and sweet for y'all. By passing this measure, you are removing people who have nowhere to go, nowhere safe. Being homeless should not be illegal. Maybe if this country gave a fraction of an inch of care about their homeless population and provided for them, their rich, classist neighbors wouldn't have something to get so unfairly bent out of shape about. These people are still people, and you have no right to remove them from the only refuge they have. If you really cared about the citizens of Aurora, you wouldn't send hundreds of your residents to certain death. You aren't concerned with safety or the environment. Your police force has made that more than clear.
Cindy Fisk.
It's Sydney, by the way. But honestly, I'm baffled by the gall of you council members who are trying to implement a measure that is nothing but cruel and classist, because we know it doesn't solve anything. We can see that from our neighbors in Denver. You refuse to seriously actually invest in affordable housing, in reining in your murderous police force who are paid systematically to rob people of any shot at wealth they have via penalties and incarceration. You are crying about a problem that you have created and that you continue to contribute to. These are people right in front of you who have had enough privilege to run for office, to finance their own lives as a whole campaign cycle came and went, and they are trying to functionally make homelessness and poverty illegal. They may claim claim to understand the plights of the folks who endure cruelest winters and ash-filled summers with no housing, no consistent food source, no running water or power, no place to put their belongings, but they don't. What they do understand is the cries of APD to please let me harass more marginalized folks. Please let these special interest groups make more money with more incarcerations I get, because eventually these fines are going to pile up for these people, right? And they're not going to be able to pay. Where are they going to go? You also listen to the cries of your rich neighbors who are more concerned with the aesthetics of their sidewalk and that their neighborhood doesn't look too nice anymore than you are with the people who are literally being forced to live in a tent. I don't know, I feel like living in a tent is a lot worse than looking at a tent. In fact, I enjoy going to REI, but I wouldn't really want to be homeless. Anyways, let's talk about the exemptions that are in this ban that make it compassionate, which is you'll put them in a shelter, right? Unless they're an addict, or unless they're gay, or unless they're trans, right? Or you only come sweep their neighborhoods every few weeks. Give them a little bit of time to get their belongings back together before you destroy them all again. We are not fooled by the language of compassion, and I will give the GOP credit for trying to make this look compassionate. They have new messaging every day, I swear to God, but it's not. And why would you force these people to have interactions with the police, very stressful interactions that call their very existence into question, when they're already stressed and struggling to find a place to lay their heads, to find food to eat, to find a job, to find their families? Why? Add more stress. Do you think that's going to lift them out of poverty, or do you think that's going to trap them in the perpetual cycle, which is what you are intending to do, right? We're not fooled by your statements about safety and environment, because if you were, APD there would be nobody employed with that department, right? If you were concerned about safety. But we know what you're concerned about. You're concerned about trapping us in a system where we can never escape into generational and perpetual poverty. Moreover, you want...
I'm sorry, you're reaching your 3 minutes.
Of course. Moreover, the most important part here is the only thing that separates you and the people you want to sweep from the streets is money. You are afraid that if we had the ability to organize and run for office, you would lose your jobs and your paychecks.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Wait until they do.
Rich Forns.
My name is Rich Forney. I'm a social worker, and last year I worked at the Safe Outdoor Space at 14th and Grant for homeless women and trans individuals. One of the things that I learned there, and I don't claim to be an expert on the unhoused community, it was only a 4-month period, but I learned quite a bit. And one of the most important things that I learned was with the camping ban and with the sweeps, it became much harder to find individuals who are needing to get services. You know how hard it is to find a bed for somebody? You know how hard it is to find addiction treatment for somebody? You know how fickle it is? How fickle it is a moment of an addict when they're actually willing to go and get services? And you want to make it harder for these people to do that? The levels of sexual assault in this community, and you want to re-traumatize them by ripping them away from the only place they know in that moment? And then you're going to put them into a shelter and try to give them services in that moment? No, that's not how trauma works. This is not trauma-informed. This is not kind. This is not compassionate. I'd like to quote Matthew 25:40 for you all. Don't have it memorized. Stopped going to church a long time ago, but I do remember this one. And the king will say, I tell you the truth, when you did it to the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you were doing it to me. This is an act of cruelty. And you are doing it to the most vulnerable and most marginalized people out there. And may God have mercy on your souls if you pass this.
Nathan Ingber.
Hi, my name's Natalia. I came here today in opposition of this abatement ordinance for unauthorized public camping. Now, I want you to know that opposing this ban doesn't mean that anyone hopes that living in tents be a permanent solution for our unhoused neighbors. but displacing, arresting, and fining Aurora residents is the most regressive approach you could possibly take. It relies on the expansion of policing, neglects the basic needs of our neighbors, and will only aggravate the situation. Folks that are camping in the street are not there by lifestyle choice, as you've declared, Mayor. It is obvious they are there because Aurora has failed them. So instead of pouring salt on a wound created by Aurora's neglect for its residents, please do the right thing by not allowing police and the city to further criminalize and alienate those that have been backed into a corner. And just like any other instance where police or the judiciary system is involved, Black and brown community members will certainly be disproportionately affected. Please look to Denver as an example of how ineffective camp sweeps are. An absurd amount of money is dumped into trashing Denver residents' property and shelter, leaving people no choice but to set up camp someplace else that will only undergo sweeps again. The fact that so many resources are continuously dumped to no real solution or end is infuriating. Surely there is a better use of these resources. The Aurora Police Department has no business spending more money, and we will not tolerate the expansion of APD under the guise of cleaning up our streets. Please vote no on this blatantly anti-homeless camping ban and refocus your efforts on creating sustainable solutions for your residents, houseless or otherwise. Thank you.
Alexis Moncada.
Hi, my name is Alexis Moncada, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We are here today to directly oppose this plan to subject those already incredibly vulnerable to even more brutalization. Being houseless is not a lifestyle choice, it is a systematic failure. Instead of using our resources to provide people with housing, the city wants to push out those who have already been pushed out of their homes and communities. This is not a solution to homelessness. Aurora already conducts homeless sweeps, and we can see that this is not an effective nor humane way to address this. They are costly, and they have done nothing to reduce the crisis of poverty in Aurora. I've witnessed some of these sweeps myself, and they are incredibly cruel. This proposal wants to increase police presence in so-called key communities. Like what was said earlier, APD has a history of racist policing. After all the abuse and corruption we have witnessed at the hands of the APD, how can we expect them to engage peacefully with members of our community? APD is constantly under investigation for brutalizing or murdering people in the city. They already receive over $130 million in funding. The community came together in the summer of 2020 to demand action against APD, and it is an insult to the entire city that we are now seeing these kind of proposals come forward. The fact that we are even having this discussion when there are so many other problems really affecting people, like access to affordable housing and violence at the hands of APD, is ridiculous. This is an injustice against all citizens of Aurora, and we cannot continue to treat the failures of this city with more policing. All of you will go home tonight to a warm bed and food on your table. Many other people in this community will not. The only acceptable solution is to use the city's funds to provide people with stable, secure housing that they have a right to. Please vote no on this ordinance.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Eliza Lucero, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We're here tonight to voice the community's opposition and condemnation of the homeless camping ban that has been proposed by Mayor Kaufman. It is well known that this proposal followed Mayor Kaufman's truly disgusting stunt of going undercover to be, quote, immersed in homelessness for a week, as if Mike Kaufman, with his $174,000 salary and, home that he returned to, could ever actually understand the circumstances of one suffering from homelessness and poverty. Mike Kaufman made approximately $3,347 during this week-long act that was so overtly disrespectful to the people of Aurora, yet he felt that he could determine that his little performance proved that the reason people are homeless is a result of their lifestyle choice. The real reason Mayor Kaufman did this is clear. His actions were never about an investigation on the causes of homelessness. It was never an attempt to relate to his most vulnerable constituents. And it was absolutely not about developing solutions to the crisis of homelessness. Mayor Kaufman's actions were rather an insulting public relations stunt to put forward his right-wing agenda against the poor and to create an excuse to increase policing in Aurora, as opposed to funding actual solutions to this problem. Criminalizing encampments does absolutely nothing to address the homelessness issue here. All this does is increase police presence in our communities directly after the people of Aurora have so vehemently spoken out against the brutal and thug-like police department that is APD. This proposal seeks to give even more money than the already exorbitant $130 million taxpayer dollars allocated to dangerous, murderous criminals that make up the Aurora Police Department. This proposal only funds a cycle of cruel and violent displacement. This is the opposite of a solution. And we are here to demand real solutions, because there is a problem. We want a real solution. So what is the solution to not having a house? It is blatantly clear. Fund permanent housing. With homes being provided, Aurora can be directly meeting people's needs instead of funding increased violence at the hands of the police. Do not give any more money to these police officers. Fund real solutions and reject the criminalization of poverty in Aurora. Thank you.
Lillian House.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lillian House. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm here with a whole lot of people from the community who took their time tonight, so instead of thanking you all for your time, I want to thank you all for your time, because we are not getting paid, so thank you. That is a real civic duty. And I want to really uplift what people have been saying. This is not even an attempt at a solution. It is so plainly not even an attempt at a solution. It is a performance for your right-wing base, and the people of Aurora deserve better than a performance. All we need to do is look at Denver and see what a failure this is. This is not an issue that needs expert investigation, which you haven't even looked into. You haven't even done that. This is just a performance. It is so superficial and transparent. It is an insult to the people of Aurora to propose investing more money into the Aurora Police Department when they are under a consent decree, which people did not vote for. They didn't get to vote for $4.5 million to be contracted to supervise them for 5 years because of their patterns and practices of racism and abuse and criminality. Nobody voted for that. Nobody had a say in that. Likewise, nobody had a say in the murder of Elijah McClain, which has been a traumatic stain on this community, and also was just paid out $15 million of taxpayer money. We pay for them. We pay for their mistakes. They brutalize us. We pay in every way. That's not the only settlement you all have paid out. You paid out, let's see, $100,000 recently to a woman who APD officers hogtied and carried out of her home on a child welfare check. That is how these officers handle child welfare checks. You paid out $285,000 of our money.
You need to stay on the camping ban.
Oh no, this is related. Thank you, ma'am. And so to a man who APD officers brutalized while responding to a noise complaint. So now you want to send these same officers into the most furthest marginalized communities, our neighbors. They are our neighbors, maybe not your neighbors. You probably live in a fenced, gated community. No? What's your address? On top of the settlements, you guys paid $6 million in retention bonuses. The community does not want to retain them. In fact, if you want to talk about a gang disruption program, let's disband APD.
By no means is sending this department into our communities a solution to any problem facing this community. And there are real problems, and you know that because you dressed up not just as a homeless person, but as a homeless veteran, which belies the very fact that this is a choice. Because the fact
I'm
that
sorry,
there's
you're reaching your 3 minutes.
disproportionate number of veterans shows that people go and they face the trauma of being sent to fight a war.
Time,
come
please.
home to no support.
Time, please.
That is the cause of homelessness. Do not support this. And if you do support this,
Time, please.
resistance
Time.
doesn't end here.
Okay, we're going to
Resistance doesn't end here.
We're going to end up having to take a recess. We are going to take a recess, and no one else is going to be able to talk. So if you can please be respectful.
Samuel Hoagland.
One more, and we take a recess.
You make a great school teacher.
Hello, I'm Sam, PSL. I oppose the proposed camping ban and the campaign to substitute policing for real solutions. Sweeps are not a solution. Sweeps are costly, ineffective, and inhumane, and they only create cycles of misery. I've seen what happens firsthand in Denver. You know, fences go up in the morning, and people's stuff just gets thrown away. You know, you're not born homeless. It happens overnight. People have jobs. People are in apartments. You know, they can't afford their rent. They miss one payment and they're out. They pack up everything they can into a tent, and they think that I'm going to be able to work my way out of this. Like, I'll get back up on my feet. But they still have a job, so they go to their job. The fences go up. Everything in their tent gets taken out, gets thrown away. They'll lose computers, passports. So it just makes it that much harder. And like the longer you're out there on the street and you just face these injustices, you begin to slowly lose your mind. And that's what happens to a lot of people. And when it gets to that point, it's too late. Denver's just been horrible on this. Please, Aurora, do not follow the same road that Denver has followed. It's kicking the can down the road. A lot of these encampments, the amount of money that they spend on these encampments actually could pay for, a month's rent for everyone in the encampment. Enough time to maybe get up on your feet. So that's what I have to say. Please vote no.
Bruno.
Hi again. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I am an Aurora resident. I'm an Aurora resident in Ward 2. I've been an Aurora resident for 10 years. And as an Aurora resident, I'd like to remind everyone on this council that you are public servants in a position of power. You are not the people that get to decide the fate of everyone in your town. You are supposed to be serving the people that put you in those positions of power and the people that can remove you from those positions of power. And what you're doing right now is evading that job that you have because you are literally looking for the laziest, most brutal shortcut you could find to the issue of homelessness. Do your job. Be a public servant. Actually sacrifice something out there for your constituents. Maybe sacrifice some time. Maybe sacrifice some money. Maybe sacrifice doing hard work to solve these issues. If you have constituents that are so bothered by the injustice, the cruelty of having to see people just struggling to survive, that cannot bear to see people just trying to get by in their lovely, pristine Aurora sidewalks, then you know what? Get them into housing. It's that simple. It's that simple. Get them into housing. Put the money into that. Put the effort into that. I actually find it really interesting that you think that the issue of policing has nothing to do with this, because who is going to be out there enforcing these sweeps? Who's going to be out there performing these sweeps? It's going to be the APD, the same APD that have been found categorically to have an issue with racism and excessive force. This is not a far left fringe radical opinion that I hold. This was research done by the Attorney General of the state of Colorado. You disagree with that? Take it up with him. Focus on that. Focus on making your cops less racist. Focus on giving resources to the people that are most in need in your city. Focus on bringing real solutions to your constituents and not just sweeping your problems under the rug and calling it a day. And if this camping ban goes through, the resistance will not be limited to these meetings. We will continue to be out here. We will continue to shed light on this because these crimes will not go unnoticed by the community. The community does not stand with this. We do not want to see our neighbors just herded around like cattle, and we will be out there. We will be putting a spotlight on your actions and APD's actions, and we will be making sure that there is public outcry about this. Thank you.
Omen Cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mr. Mayor, my name is Omen Cross. I am currently unaffiliated, unemployed, and homeless in Aurora right now. So, let's do this speech right here. I call it the 3-minute miracle. Thank you all for allowing me to speak, but I have a difficult task before me. I have 3 minutes to open the eyes of a whole room, but let's see if I can do this as just one homeless veteran. To be honest, I don't even know why this is being discussed. Has the city of Aurora fallen so far as to pass a law to label people as trash and sweep them away? Is this moment real? If so, who have we all become? I only have 3 minutes. I don't have time to explain to you why this isn't just a bad law. It is immoral. So, instead, I'm just going to present you with the only 3 outcomes that can happen to me, depending on how this goes. Option A, tonight, every single one of you is going to go home, and you're going to take a real hard look in the mirror, and you're going to see just how monstrous actions like this make each and every one of you. And then when you realize that, you're going to say no more. Not just to this bill, but all inhumane bills just like this. You'll stand for something that matters and earn the position you were given. Option B, you're going to ignore me, and you're going to send the APD, and they're going to sweep me away. And millions more like me all over this country. Because you are setting an example as to whether or not this kind of behavior is okay. So if you sweep me away, I'm going to die alone with nothing. Or you're going to have your friends lock me up in jail. Is that what I deserve? So let's go on to option C. Now here's the fun one. In this scenario, you still don't listen. You pass it anyway. But these people, the ones who care, they're going to save me from your broom. They're not going to let you kill me. And when they do that, I'm going to live long enough to handle one piece of business. Because if this council has become so corrupt that you can't see the poison that's in your own heart right now, Mr. Mayor, I officially challenge you for the title of Mayor of the City of Aurora. Because if you will not stand for these people, I will.
We are in recess. We are in recess. Officers, we are in recess.
The meeting is back in order. City Clerk, do we have the call-in line?
Yes, we do have individuals in the public call-in line.
Point of order.
Councilmember Marcano?
Thank you. What on earth just happened?
We have no more public invited that are in the chamber, so we are now moving to the call-in line.
Why did that happen?
Because there's no more people that signed up.
We went through the entire list, you're saying?
Well, if you don't believe me, I was told that by the city clerk.
Okay, no, I'm just asking. I'm sorry. There was a lot of commotion, I think, but our noise canceling is really good. We heard none of that. So
okay, sorry.
You just basically gavelled the meeting out. So.
Okay, so we are now going to move to the call-in line for more public invited. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker is Kathy. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Kathy Gross. I live at 2108 South Joliet Court. Mayor and Council, I urge you to vote against this proposal. I believe that it is ill thought out. I would also ask you in the future, it's very stressful to come before City Council. The process is intimidating. The grandeur of your chambers is intimidating, and people get emotional. They are very concerned about the things that they believe in and get upset, and you ought to give them a little bit of care for that. I am speaking now to the conservatives on council. I believe that the money that is going to be spent on sweeps and that has been spent on sweeps could be spent on a more long-term solution because we just keep doing sweeps. If we could find shelter that was available for people and put them in it, it would be a one-time deal and, maybe 6 months before somebody got back on their feet. But we wouldn't keep throwing people out of their home-built homes. And I have to tell you that just a few weeks ago, I tried to find shelter in Aurora for a young man who, through really no fault of his own, was out in the cold on a bitter night and ended up curled up against the wall of a church because he'd been taken to church as a child and he thought that's where you went for help. Fortunately, we were having a food bank, but I could not find him a place. And the next day, after I took him home and put him to bed in my house, I talked to the people at Commanders Crisis Center who were a little bit irritated with me that I did not know that they had the only beds in Aurora. So when you talk about there being space for people to go, there isn't. And you have to know by 2 o'clock in the afternoon that you're going to need a space in the night. It's a system that is broken because there isn't enough of it. There is vacant land and buildings in the city of Denver, in the city of Aurora, that people could use if we wanted to put our heads together and do some problem solving. But in the meantime, if there are encampments, as you call them, how about dumpsters with service? How about sharps containers? How about porta potties? How about these things all set up where people are, where they could get services, where they can be close to the social workers and the people in the city who are trying to help? I understand that seeing a tent community is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable because I go home to my warm bed, and I feel badly that
you have reached your 3 minutes.
Have 1 or 2 people who spend the night with me because they have nowhere else to go.
Next is Arnie. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Kaufman and members of City Council, my name is Arnie Schultz, and I have lived in Aurora since 1975. I am opposed to the proposed ordinance and resolution because they do nothing to address the root causes of homelessness, which include stagnant wages, unemployment, lack of affordable housing and health care, poverty, poor mental health, addiction, racial inequality, domestic violence, and family conflict, which is a major cause of youth being unhoused. This is the most inhumane ordinance I have seen proposed in my approximately 40 years of following and being involved in testifying before the mayor and members of city councils. My reasons for saying this include Section 94-123C, 3C. Unhoused people may be issued a citation and be subject to arrest. Many of the unhoused population have mental health issues and may not understand or be able to read the orders. Other unhoused people are minors. Are they also subject to being issued a citation and being arrested? Section 94-125-5 prohibits any form of cover, protection, or shelter from the elements other than clothing. You go out in the 3-degree below weather and see what you do. The section sounds like cruel, unusual punishment. Section 114-106 definitions include camp or camping includes the use of a vehicle for overnight occupancy, where overnight occupancy or overnight camping is not permitted. How are people supposed to know where these locations are unless they're posted? Councilmember Marcano's amendments are much more humane, and I'm in favor of that agenda item and hope that at least 6 of you have some empathy for people less fortunate than you and will vote no on this item and yes on his amendment. In this day and age, the vast majority of Aurorans face the possibility of becoming unhoused due to a number of things they have no control over. We also know the city does not have sufficient shelter options available at all times for all the individuals and families that are being called unauthorized camps. Who decides on the priority of shelter options where those human beings will be moved to? Who decides what alternative facilities are? Who is going to decide which group or groups of unhoused human beings will be moved first? There is also no indication that families will not be separated. It is imperative that these issues be codified. I also object to the resolution taking place immediately without reconsideration. The city manager needs some time to do research for the tasks you are imposing upon him because you don't want to take the time to research them themselves. Thank you.
Ren is next. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. I spent the past 2 years studying encampment sweeps and other policies criminalizing homelessness, including camping bans, via surveys, records requests, legal analysis, dedicated auditing, and first-hand observation, primarily in Denver, which has an urban camping ban approaching its 10th anniversary in May, so I thought I'd share with you tonight some of the data available and its impact there. Amputations due to frostbite among homeless people in Denver increased by 300% after the passing of the urban camping ban. A survey of over 500 homeless residents 6 months later found that 66% of those displaced by it moved to hidden, more dangerous areas. For such people, rates of robbery, sexual assault, drug overdose, and death by exposure are significantly elevated. In Denver, the number of reported crimes against homeless victims increased by 42% in the 5 years following the camping ban. 83% of those same survey respondents were abated or displaced without being connected with any services. 50% of them said their quality of life went down significantly due to sleep loss associated with camping ban enforcement. The effects of chronic sleep deprivation include depressed immune systems, increased risk of stress-based illnesses, confusion and disorientation, or even at high levels, memory loss and psychosis. All that's just a small sample of the many public health risks created by urban camping bans. If you won't take my word for it, in 2020, the CDC issued national guidelines for municipalities against abating encampments because it significantly accelerated the spread of COVID-19. But the damage isn't just medical, it is also economic. From another survey conducted in 2020, 72.6% of respondents had lost property when being displaced, and 29% had lost everything they owned. Caseworkers and service providers routinely report disconnection from clients due to camping ban displacement, leading to decreased numbers of homeless residents accessing services. And when ticketed or arrested, homeless residents lose future housing and employment opportunities as a result. Camping bans are also legally dubious. In 2019, Denver's was ruled unconstitutional in the 10th Circuit as cruel and unusual punishment. And the 9th Circuit, Boise's has been as well. They're upheld all the way to the Supreme Court level, which refused to hear the city's appeal. Passing a camping ban is guaranteeing Aurora will be subject to years of federal litigation at taxpayer expense. I don't necessarily expect the conservatives among you to care about any of that. I'm saying it here tonight so that there can be no doubt that you have all the necessary information available to you to prevent making the same brutal, costly mistake that Denver and too many other cities have. This is the speech I would give to an idiot to try and teach him why this is evil, because it's obvious. Those of you with half a soul will vote against this measure.
Maxwell is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Maxwell, you are live. You have 3 minutes.
Did you say Maxwell or Maxim?
Maxim, go ahead.
I apologize. This is Maxim. Thank you, council members, for allowing me, a longtime resident of Aurora, a 24-year veteran, an immigrant, and a taxpayer, the opportunity to speak on this matter. I do not represent a political party, but I do represent many real residents that were not able to come to the meeting today because of the hostile nature of the folks that live there today. I do appreciate APD for being there to protect those that were. That said, homestead campings are an increasing problem across Aurora, and a camping abatement is a significant step in the right direction to manage the health and cleanliness of our communities. These encampments lack the proper sanitation, plumbing, services, and as such, they provide the perfect breeding grounds for diseases, including spreading COVID-19, hepatitis A and B, E. coli, and HIV, among many other diseases. Aside from the visible trash, which is not the core of my argument, homestead campings also present a biohazard. These hazards include human waste, animal waste, drug paraphernalia, and not only in the human waste, and not only is the human waste and open air drug use health risk for those who live in these areas, it is also harmful to the residents who are left with the burden to have to clean up the waste that those leave behind. The camping abatement is a necessary first step to manage this issue, the so-called camping areas on our public and private properties, and I encourage every city council member to approve the camping abatement. As I think all of us can agree that supporting public health and sanitation is the primary function of city council. I appreciate everything that our police do. I appreciate everything that our council members do. And I implore you to please vote for this as the first step as we move away from these camping encampments. Thank you for your time.
Lori, you are next. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'd really like to thank the City of Aurora for their continued commitment to support and establish services that support people who are experiencing homelessness, including shelter beds and affordable housing units. Nonprofit organizations like Aurora Warms the Night should be applauded and supported for their work to provide food and clothing, and other necessities to people living unsheltered. Donating time and money to those organizations is both helpful to people experiencing homelessness, and it helps keep the city clean and safe. These support services show a great amount of respect and care for people who are homeless. It shows our humanity and our desire to serve the community. The camping abatement is a first step to reducing the overwhelming rise in hazardous living conditions for our fellow human beings. Human waste, drug paraphernalia, crime, and sexual assault accompany these camps, and they're harmful to the people living in them. I've talked to many residents and business owners in Aurora, too, and they've shared that due to the encampments, their children fear playing at the park or just simply walking down the street. People now avoid going outside because they fear for their safety. Families avoid patronizing local businesses because the areas are presumed dangerous. These local businesses are no longer able to make ends meet when their customers stop coming. And anyone who says that the only people that are affected are the homeless is wrong. It affects our entire community, people of all races and ethnicities. I hope all of our council members will be compassionate to all. City Council must consider the safety of all of the residents, and that means approving this first step with the camping abatement. I don't understand why so many people tonight said that this was an attempt to criminalize homelessness or that there will be police sweeps, because the camping abatement requires that the city provide a minimum of 72 hours notice before the camping area can be abated, and that the city must ensure that the people living in the encampment have an alternative shelter option. Further, it does not criminalize homelessness, as there are no fines or penalties associated with being in an encampment. I'm also grateful for the companion proposal offered by Mayor Kaufman to require the city to to increase our shelter capacity to meet the increased demand. These are real solutions. So, yes, shelter for our vulnerable people experiencing homelessness. And yes, for respecting our entire community and ensuring public safety and health. Please take care of the entire community and vote yes for the camping abatement. It is the compassionate approach to dignity and safety for all of Aurora. Thank you.
Eve is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Eve, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I am an employee of a female council member that owns a business, supports the racist APA police union who blasted Elijah McClain, but turned around and hired the same law firm that represented Elijah McClain's mother to defend her First Amendment rights after she stuck her foot in her mouth and showed her lack of intelligence. Aurora citizens need to know who she really is when the camera is off, and she is no longer a keyboard warrior. She wants the camping ban, but won't pay a living wage to her staff and won't pay overtime when it's owed. She forces us to dress like sex workers on Colfax, and as a female business owner, wouldn't you want to dignify your female staff? You consistently put your bartenders at risk of civil suits with the promotion of over-serving for the sole purpose of profits, and you have no concern for the safety of your patrons or any other driver or passenger on the road. You state what happens when they not your issue, but it is. I strongly encourage you to stop this practice. I encourage you to stop drinking and driving. I encourage you to stop giving cops free booze, free food, that's get out of the inevitable DUI.
How do we, if it's not regarding the camping ban, is there a way to stop the call?
You can instruct.
This is regarding this item, which is the camping ban.
Yes, if council would like, they can instruct Roger Sherman to let them know to stay on the.
Okay, so he is screening calls, though, that make sure that people are calling in on the camping ban?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Michael is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Ruddick, Policy Manager with Healthier Colorado. As an organization that advocates for public policy that improves the health of Coloradans, and on behalf of our 7,500 members in Aurora, we strongly oppose the ordinance tonight. At best, this ordinance is an attempt to shuffle people experiencing homelessness out of the public eye. At worst, it's an ill-conceived and costly policy that will negatively affect attempts to permanently house people and improve health. Criminalization of homelessness isn't an effective strategy at reducing homelessness. Make no mistake, this is a policy that will result in more fines and more jailing of unhoused people. Homelessness in this community and all communities is a terrible reality. Compared to housed people, individuals experiencing homelessness have a life expectancy 18 years fewer, higher rates of diabetes, heart attacks, HIV, depression, and undiagnosed mental disorders. Children experiencing homelessness experience emotional and behavioral issues at twice the rate of kids with homes. That's why it's so necessary to prioritize real solutions and resources to get people on their feet and under a roof. This ordinance distracts from that goal. According to the 2021 PIT count, there were 594 people experiencing homelessness on a given night in Aurora. Meanwhile, there are only 285 year-round consistent shelter beds. Language in the ordinance states that a camp cannot be swept unless there's adequate shelter offered. Okay, that's great, but when we have double the amount of people experiencing homelessness as we have shelter beds, why aren't we focusing our attention on making up that huge gap in shelter? This is the definition of missing the forest for the trees. Frustratingly, this ordinance is codifying strategies that haven't worked while increasing the frequency of sweeps and abatements. According to the city's own website, the city already gives 72-hour notice before sweeps, offers shelter options, and then sweeps camps. Surely we can all acknowledge that this strategy, in lieu of real investments in housing and shelters, hasn't worked as the number of people experiencing homelessness has increased over the last 2 years by almost 20%. By By the way, that's just about the same increase as in Denver, where they've had a camping ban implemented since 2013. If the strategy hasn't worked up until now, why would it work by formalizing it into an ordinance? Housing first solutions are what work. Building trust between service providers and people experiencing homelessness is what works. Investing in job training, mental and physical health, affordable housing is what works. During a 100-day stretch last fall, Denver housed 576 people through this approach. That's 20 less than the entire homeless population of Aurora. These aren't pie-in-the-sky talking points. It's data-driven solutions that getting
your
people
3 minutes are up.
No. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next is Barbara. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm Barbara Niederhoff. I'm Barbara Niederhoff, speaking on my own behalf. Thank you for hearing me. I've lived in Aurora since 2009, and before that, I lived 15 years right across the street from Aurora. We all want our neighborhoods safe and clean, and we want our neighbors to be safe, healthy, and contributing to our city. We know that in order to even do just okay in our society, everyone needs a base of operations, a place to rest after a day's work, a place to be safe, arrange affairs, and be ready for the next day. All other social functioning rests on that base. We know that year by year, that is kept out of reach for more and more Aurorans. Pay is not keeping up with housing costs, and affordable housing is not keeping up with the people who need it. My two older kids who have been to college both got full-time jobs after graduating. Neither of them can afford Aurora, and one has moved away. They're both very lucky that my husband and I were able to buy when they were young, and the market worked for more people. Some other people who've been squeezed out can't afford a roof and can't afford to move away either. Until Aurora builds the spaces needed to keep them safely under roof, we'll just be copying Denver's failed policy of pushing people from one neighborhood to another to another. That will make it harder for people to get or keep jobs, harder for them to get care of services, harder to keep belongings they need to survive, and make it much harder for them to gain their own housing later on. In addition, this policy will spread their sites around rather than make them just go away, and that will make Aurora less safe and less clean for all of us, and it will waste a lot of taxpayer money. Each of you has your own stable base of operations. Even if you chose to live outside for a few days or more, you would not be experiencing homelessness because you always know that safe space is there for you. To any council members who believe that governing should be based on evidence, please vote no on this ordinance, listen to experts in the field, and put our resources into real solutions so that we can get people on their feet again and make Aurora affordable. Thank you and goodbye.
You. Next is Aubrey. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Evening, my name is Aubrey Wild, and I'm the Advocacy Program Director at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. We provide integrated health care, supportive services, and house 4,000 households through developments we own and operate, including Renaissance Veterans Apartments at Fitzsimmons, located here in Aurora. I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition in firm opposition to the proposed camping ban. Strong families and thriving communities start with home. This ordinance and companion resolution fail to direct any resources toward the development of affordable, supportive housing, emergency shelter, or other meaningful solutions to homelessness. And we know that there is not enough shelter available for the people you hope to sweep. Criminalization of survival further destabilizes the lives of people experiencing homelessness, leading to an increase in robbery, physical violence, sexual assault of people experiencing homelessness. It leads to an increased risk of frostbite, hypothermia, dehydration, heat stroke, disease spread, and death. And it leads to an increase in disconnection from case managers, housing navigators, housing providers, and medical providers. These have forced people to seek more hidden and isolated locations to rest and have made it much harder for the coalition staff to do their job. It's also made it more dangerous to engage with folks because people who were previously sheltering in groups of 5, 6, and 7 have been swept under camping bans are more likely to settle in what we're calling mega camps of up to 100 people in areas that are unfamiliar to our frontline staff as a defense. Without access to housing and services, many people experiencing homelessness become trapped in a homelessness jail cycle. Criminalization prevents people from getting on a path to stability, and it comes at a major cost to taxpayers. One of the most impactful strategies for addressing homelessness is permanent supportive housing, or PSH, which pairs housing with voluntary supportive services to make sure that people can remain housed successfully. Through Denver's Social Impact Bond project, for example, more than 360 of the most frequent visitors to emergency rooms, jails, and detox were housed using the Housing First and PSH models over the last 5 years. And in total, it cost half as much to provide housing and supportive services than it did to provide emergency services and policing to people experiencing homelessness. Evaluators found several things, including that 86% of residents remained housed after 1 year. There was a 34% reduction in police contacts. There was a 65% reduction in use of detox, a 40% decrease in emergency department visits, and a 155% increase in preventative office-based healthcare visits. This clearly demonstrates that solving homelessness is possible and that shifting resources away from policing and emergency services towards proven strategies improves outcomes for people experiencing homelessness and the broader community. I challenge you to identify even one place where a camping ban will work. I don't think you'll be able to do that. I urge a no vote tonight.
Brian is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Lindstrom. I'm a lifelong Auroran, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm speaking against 14A and the criminalization of poverty. So I'm a history teacher, and I have a master's degree in history. I was originally going to plan to discuss how history repeats itself and draw comparisons between vagrancy laws and peonage policies of the past and homeless policies attempted to be passed in present day, but I've learned from my more conservative family members that appealing to history and humanity is not persuasive enough, but instead it comes down to money. So I'm here to appeal to your fiscal conservatism. I've heard the majority of this council tout being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar and being fiscally responsible, but this is big government spending and overreach, plain and simple. Enforcing this ban will increase government spending while doing nothing to actually solve homelessness. It will cost taxpayers over $40,000 per homeless person to approach homelessness in this way. We've seen Denver do this for almost a decade and has increased costs to nearly $50,000 per homeless person while not addressing homelessness. If we invested that money into housing the homeless, it would cost taxpayers half as much while actually solving the problem. Stop this big government spending. Stop this big government overreach. Do not pass 14A. And as an aside, I keep hearing calls for respect. When we host vigils, you complain. When we march, you complain. This public comment is the only vehicle for us to peacefully be heard by you, and you threaten to shut it down because our comments hurt your feelings. Remember JFK's words, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Thank you.
Omar is next. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to our City Council and Mayor. Name is Omar Montgomery. I am a resident in Ward 5. I am speaking as a resident, not for a particular organization or political party. I am speaking on behalf against the camping ban because I think it will cause unnecessary financial stress on the city and will not address the issues of our unhoused. Some of you were with me and several others at the MLK statue this year celebrating Martin Luther King's birthday. We fed over 2,000 people. One of the young ladies, I sometimes walk down Colfax, came to me with a big smile and gave me a hug. A council member, Crystal Murillo, was there and said, because I have housing, I am sober, I am no longer doing drugs or alcohol, and me and my child have a place to stay. We could be a city that do this right and be innovative. We could send action teams similar to how the Havana Business District does and go check on those unhoused, find out what services they need, and place them either at the Living Tree, Ready to Work program that we have there, the only permanent housing that we have for the unhoused is Providence at the Heights. If we're able to expand some of these programs that we have right here in the city and become an innovative city and show the rest of the world, the rest of the country, how to do this right. If we have action teams go out, we begin again to do case management and give these people the services they need and do this with humanity, we will be a model and not using the same type of programs that have failed. I realize this is a very difficult decision. I know that our small business community deserves to be able to have people come, patronize their business, and not have distractions. But at the same time, we could do this with humanity. With that task force, let's have our small business community there. Let's have our advocates for the unhoused. Let's have our unhoused community to speak for themselves and not us speaking for them. Let's get that action team going, and let's begin to use models that will treat our unhoused with humanity and give them grace so that they can live their lives not in the cold, but in a home where they probably won't be doing drugs, where they won't be committing crimes or anything of this nature. And let's not stereotype our unhoused. Many of them are the working poor. The average rent is about $1,300 a month. Some of them are sleeping in cars at Restoration Church waiting on home vouchers that they haven't received yet. They got their kids in the car and they go eat at the church. The city was there. As a matter of fact,
your 3 minutes are up. Mandy is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Kaufman and members of council. My name is Mandy Ashley. I'm a resident of Aurora in Ward 5. I'm the executive director of the Aurora Health Alliance, which is an inclusive convener comprised of many sectors and stakeholders. Our mission is to achieve equitable access and promote a healthier Aurora for everyone. This includes members of the community who are unhoused. My comments represent both mine and those of the Alliance. Aurora Health Alliance's commitment to health equity means we strive for and promote the highest possible standard of health for all people. Health equity means everyone has a fair opportunity to be as healthy as possible. It requires the dismantling of structural racism through the removal of barriers to health. It requires both improving access to the care and resources needed to thrive, along with equitable treatment once that access is gained. We've not seen any compelling evidence that enacting or enforcing urban camping bans provide any meaningful solutions to solving the housing crisis. For this reason, we urge you to vote no on the camping ban ordinance. Given the lack of appropriate emergency shelter, the lack of mental health, and substance treatment services for those experiencing homelessness, and the lack of adequate long-term supportive housing and affordable housing for those in need, the proposed camping ban would essentially criminalize the status of being unhoused in Aurora. We urge investments in housing, services, and shelter as a cost-effective, proven alternative to criminalization. The city is currently undergoing strategic planning process with regard to housing. Implementing a camping ban seems counterintuitive to the thoughtful database solutions that will be produced through the city's own process. Have some faith in this process and patience with its implementation. Criminalization is not an effective tool to address homelessness. Data-driven solutions centered around affordable housing, emergency shelter, wraparound services, physical, mental, and behavioral health services are key to reducing homelessness and improving the health and quality of life for Aurorans. We urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Next is Mandy. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mandy Corbari. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I would like to voice strong opposition to the camping ban. It's cruel to prosecute and persecute unsheltered people without providing a place for them to go. I find it shameful that our city council was recently pushed far right by a huge infusion of cash and not by the will of the people of Aurora in order to pass this ban and other inhumane measures. It's very telling that in this session you are threatening to silence the voice of the people because you don't like what they are saying. But you need to hear this because people are fighting for their lives tonight. I want to point out that it is empty and asinine to pretend that this is in any way a compassionate practice. Sweeping campsites doesn't give people a roof over their heads. It pulls them further into homelessness by taking away their possessions, and it's an illogical argument on its face. The camping ban in Denver has not helped homelessness. The cleanups in Denver are brutal events that cause harm to the people whose items are being trashed. No matter what the law states, in reality, individuals end up losing their personal documents and items that keep them warm on cold nights, food, and shelter. They don't usually have a bed to sleep in after the sweeps. These losses prevent people from gaining employment and cost precious funds to replace. This is violence. The only thing that helps with homelessness is housing. I want my tax dollars to go towards more affordable housing and low cost or free housing for those who need it. And I do want to say that Councilmember Morcano, you're doing a great job, and you represent the opinions of my household. Thank you.
Eric is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
The camping ban in Denver has not helped homelessness. Camps in Denver are brutal events that cause harm to the people who...
Derek, you are live. Turn off your radio in 3 minutes.
And their personal documents, items that keep them warm on cold nights, and shelters. Individuals have a bed to sleep in after the week. These losses prevent people from gaining employment.
Aaron, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. My name is Aaron Petrell. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm calling in opposition of the camping ban. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I just would urge the council to practice humanity. I know you guys can practice humanity. I've seen it when you guys came together in a collaborative effort to propose to reconsider the East Bank development. Mother Teresa once said that many people talk about the homeless, but few talk to them. So I'm asking those on council who consider themselves spiritual, and I know there are a few of you, to reconsider your position on criminalizing homelessness. I've seen firsthand how homelessness can affect friends and family, and it's hard on all of them. There's different humane ways that we can provide housing and include wraparound services so their problems are being met while also providing a humane way to treat our unhoused residents. So again, just to make this quick, I'm just going to urge humanity, not just for unhoused, but also for your colleagues, and hopefully you can come up with a better collaborative solution rather than criminalizing homelessness. Thank you very much for this time to speak.
That's all the folks on the phone line.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll open it up for discussion with council. At 9:45.
Meeting is back in session. Meeting is back in session. I think we're still missing some people. Mayor, you have the floor to introduce the ordinance. Oh, I'm sorry. Katie, could you please read 14A?
Item 14A is introduction of ordinance 2022-12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding a new section to be numbered 94-122 to the City Code pertaining to prohibiting unauthorized camping on public or private property, and adding Article 4, Sections 114-106 through 114-112 to Chapter 114 pertaining to abating unauthorized camps on public property.
Thank you. And Mayor, do you want to go ahead and introduce your ordinance?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move item number 14A.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion by Mayor Kaufman and a second by Councilmember Zvonek. Discussion?
Mayor Protem.
Yes. Well, go ahead, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a series of amendments I would like to offer to the ordinance.
Mayor, or Councilmember Marcano, this is Councilmember Murillo. I was not as quick to you to the draw, but I actually was hoping to make just an opening statement, not an amendment. Would that be okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, can I run the meeting?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Murillo.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, so before we get into discussion, I just wanted to open with just acknowledging the intense dissension of prior council meetings. If you've tuned into prior council meetings, it's not a surprise when I say there's been contention and it can get very intense. I do think, though, that this is, too important of a conversation to thwart any potential discussion. So I acknowledge that we are not. There's clear policy difference here with myself and others, and I also want to acknowledge that the mayor, has the votes to pass this, but there are several of us, Councilmember Marcano and myself included, that do have amendments to propose. There are some serious structural concerns with how this ordinance is written, and I think the public deserves to hear that out and that debate and that conversation, and not get stuck with a procedural call for the vote, which would thwart any discussion henceforward with that call. So I've seen that procedure kind of used to discourage and literally shut down any public, discussion between council members on the agenda item. So I just wanted to ask the the mayor and my fellow council members to see if you guys would agree to not call for the question until we've discussed some of these amendments. I think specifically there are some structural and legal concerns around the timing of this proposed ordinance, some of the inefficiency that this might create, and more color on what people mean around criminalizing, right? So I would just ask the mayor and my colleagues to not call for the vote until we've had a robust discussion and have talked through these amendments, in an effort to not thwart the public's right to this conversation and having the information, the full information, before we make this vote. So I'm going to just leave that as an outstanding request.
Councilmember Marcano.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have, as I mentioned, a series of amendments that I would like to offer for council's consideration here, beginning with section 94-112. So I would like my first amendment would be to strike the section of item number 3 that says make an arrest and replace that with temporarily detain. And then leave in or otherwise enforce this section and strike against a person camping on public property unless, and that will become contextualized in the future portion. And you all should have received a version of this in your backup. So please let me know if you're not following along. The second amendment that I would like to offer. Oh.
Madam Chairman, I mean, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor?
I'm wondering, I think it would be better, Councilmember Marcano, if you could do each one, let's debate each one separately and vote on each one separately.
Sure, we can do that.
I would rather we don't vote on each one separately. Why would we do that? I mean, he's proposing a number of amendments.
It's up to Councilmember Marcano, I think. Well,
Mayor Pro Tem, or I guess, are you still chairing the meeting? I guess you are. I'm fine with discussing each item if, I want to make sure that the public is clear on what we're talking about here, and that our colleagues are able to ask any questions if they have them. So.
Okay, very well.
Yeah, I think it would be best if you went through your amendments and then there's open discussion on the entirety of it.
All right. Well, okay, so I'll try to give a little bit of context then. So for the the revisions to Section 3, or to Item 3 in Section 94.122, the reason for that is to changing to temporary detention is because that is preferable to an arrest, which can go on someone's record. You all know that getting a record, however minute, can impact your ability to secure employment, housing, et cetera, in the future. So I don't want us to craft a policy that's going to undermine us even more than we're already doing to ourselves here. So Section 3, Item A, a city employee or law enforcement official that has issued the person in a camp a verbal or written order to move from the camp and take their property with them, and that person has refused or failed to move, and. So that last section is an addition.
I believe that the sponsor of the amendment needs a second. I don't believe there was a second.
Okay. Did you make a motion, Councilmember Marcano?
I
apologize. Since I have several amendments, I was going to just run through them. I thought that was your.
That's what I was. You can move the entire amendment. This is an amendment, so you can move the entire amendment, but you need there has to be a second. In other words,
Councilmember Marcano, do you want to go ahead and make a motion?
Sure. So I'll move to amend Section 94.122(3), as I stated.
Okay, wait a minute. Are we doing each section?
That's what I thought y'all just asked me to do.
That's not what I said. I originally said do all your amendments in the entirety, and then that would be the motion for your.
Okay, so would you prefer to get a second now, or would you rather me run through these and then ask for a second?
Procedurally, if I could.
Okay, Mayor.
It is a strike. Councilmember McConnell, you consider this as a strike below amendment to the, in other words, this in its entirety replaces my proposed ordinance in its entirety, and then it would just require one vote, but you still need, you can move it, and then you still need a second, but you can move it as a strike below amendment.
Okay, so for clarification then from the city attorney, because I know I'm not the only person that has amendments to offer, if we do that, then in that pass, then the modified version that you all have in your backup with a few tweaks would be the ordinance as it would stand, and then another one of my colleagues is able to then continue to offer amendments, correct?
I think this is going to be really difficult to follow because you have so many amendments, and then I guess there's more coming from other council members. So for us to vote one by one, I personally don't think that's efficient because you're going to pass things without knowing what's coming next from another member on an amendment.
All right, so if I can suggest then, let's go through what you all had in your backup, since you all should have had a chance to review that. And I did leave my comments in the margin, so you were all able to kind of get an idea of why I'm making some of these suggestions.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but and I don't know if anybody else has this issue with their e-scribe, but earlier today I did see all your amendments when I went on the city website. I've not seen them on my backup on the e-scribe. Is Anybody else have an issue with that? No?
Mayor Pro Tem.
There's an item called Camping Ordinance Amendments Marcana.pdf.
May I offer a suggestion? Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Murillo.
I was wondering if it's in our backup, if we might be able to use this wonderful technology to share an image for council members.
Yeah, I'm happy to share because I do have it up on my side screen here.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so.
Oh, I see them.
And share. Whoop. Alrighty, are y'all seeing the ordinance here?
Yes.
All right, great. Sorry, I'm trying to switch my view on the other side so I can see all of you as well. Okay. All right. So, so I guess we'll take it from the top here. So 94-112, you can see the changes here. We strike make an arrest and change that with temporarily detain. And then, or otherwise enforce remains against a person camping on public property is stricken unless, and the reason for that is that, again, temporary detention I think is preferable to an arrest, which can go on someone's record. As I mentioned, that can make it more difficult for folks to find housing and employment, etc. A city employee or a law enforcement official has offered the person in a camp a verbal or written order to move from the camp and take their property with them, and that person has refused or failed to move. So that's a clarifying addition there. And the city has an indoor shelter option that is realistic, practicable, and safe. And I want to stress the indoor and realistic, practicable, and safe. Indoor would include our pallet shelters. Those are considered indoor structures. And realistic, practicable, and safe means that the space has to actually exist. It has to be ready for habitation, and it has to meet federal criterion through HUD for what is a safe and reasonable shelter option, effectively. So the reason I wanted to add that was because when we discussed this in Horns a bit, I felt like there was an opportunity for folks to use weasel words with people experiencing homelessness to get them to opt out. And I want us to make it very clear what the options are that we are providing people with. And then the second part in this section here, in section B, is that the shelter has agreed to take the person and that the person has refused to move from the camp, which means we actually connected that individual with a provider that has space, and then that in spite of that, being offered a realistic, practicable, and safe shelter option, that person refused. In that case, you're clear to enact a sweep. Again, I want us to make sure that we're not, potentially fooling folks here. So with item C, I struck exception to this section and just clarified that if a person is offered in writing a realistic and practicable and safe, you'll see that repeated throughout, option, and the shelter option is available to that person, and that person refuses to go to the shelter option that has agreed to accept them, and the person refuses or fails to move the camp location when ordered, this person may be issued a citation and is subject to temporary detention instead of arrest in order to facilitate the person's move to the available shelter. Again, if people get a record, we are going to end up effectively criminalizing homelessness here. That can cause a whole lot of other issues that will still leave these folks without shelter and ultimately back on our streets. So section 4 here is any person cited for and convicted of violating the section shall not be subject to the general penalties provisions as provided in section 113. So that's as is from from Mayor Kaufman's ordinance. I wanted to add a violation of this section shall not constitute disorderly conduct pursuant to section 94-110A5 of our city code. That is what is colloquially called contempt of cop. And it is something that the Attorney General's investigation yielded that we overuse and can then, that's a charge that can lead to people being impacted with the general penalties, which is an indirect way to get people basically criminalized through a sweep process. And I did check in with our public defender's office. We have a tremendous amount of unhoused folks who do come through already as is with our existing policies for trespassing and for contempt of cop. So I don't want us to, again, compound and institutionalize that problem. All right. I'm sorry, I'm hearing mumbling. Does anyone have a question or a comment?
Why don't we go through the end? Let's just go
Okay.
through the whole thing. We'll ask
All
questions.
right. So section 5, I strike the or any form of cover or protection from the elements other than clothing. Again, this is, I think, an area where we get right into cruel and unusual punishment. And there is also there was a separate section where this is repeated, that I removed blanket as well, just because there are many other uses for blankets other than camping. I think the definitions for camping and for setting up a camp already kind of cover that without the need to add blanket, because the way I read that, you could potentially cite someone for camping for reading a book on a bench with a blanket at night, or potentially taking their baby in a stroller covered by a blanket around at night. So I think that we need to be very careful with the language and not be overbroad. I also struck the camp or camping can include using a vehicle for overnight occupancy, where overnight occupancy or overnight camping violates code or another city rule or regulation that are not otherwise authorized by the city. And I just need to share this with you because this is from a constituent. Illegally parking a vehicle was the very first thing that led this person into homelessness when the vehicle was all that she and her mother had. That car was impounded. Her mother lost her job as a result. She lost the car because of losing her job. And then all of her 3-year-old daughter's possessions were lost. I'm talking photos, clothing, toys, etc. This resulted in her becoming separated from her daughter, engaging in sex work just to make ends meet, and eventually enduring a very long and incredibly abusive relationship just to stay sheltered. So if we're doing this kind of stuff, I need you to understand that's the road that we're paving. I don't want us to go down that road. We already have safe camping areas. Not everyone, as you heard earlier, is aware of them. And putting this in here, I think, is just leading us down a very ugly route. Moving on, evidence of unauthorized camps or unauthorized camping includes, as you can see here, I again struck the or any form of cover protecting from the elements other than clothing. Again, these overbroad definitions, I think, are going to get us into trouble. Moving on, this was just a grammatical fix here when I added an or before bedroll. And again, blankets or any other form of protection from the elements other than clothing was struck. Moving on to abatement of unauthorized camps. Again, you see realistic, practicable, and safe. And then repeated that these set options will accept all of the individuals in an unauthorized camp, meaning we must be able to house everybody who we are sweeping in one go. Prerequisites for the abatement of camps, again, available shelter options. So we must have enough realistic, practicable, and safe indoor options for all the folks who are going to be swept. And those said shelter options must be willing to accept all of the individuals and families in an authorized camp, in an unauthorized camp. The notice requirements, I just added here in red, as you see, any occupants present in a camp on the day of the abatement shall be offered placement in a shelter option which has agreed to accept the person. That's the addition, which has agreed to accept the person, and advise them that services are available for them. And then in section 114.110, I changed the minimum notice period back to 7 days from 72 hours. An earlier draft of this ordinance reflected that ruling from the federal court that impacted Denver. I would rather us follow that guideline, fully expecting that we will likely be challenged or something will happen and cause us to follow that same guideline as well. So I'd rather us be proactive rather than react to that issue as well. And with that, I believe that covers, I don't think I missed anything here. I believe that covers all of my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could go through these amendments, and as well, I would like to defer to drafting on some of these amendments. Don't want them to opine in terms of their opinion. That would be inappropriate. But in terms of the legal interpretation of what we're trying to do here. And so I think if we go to Section 94-122, subparent 3, see, it says, no city employee authorized to issue a citation shall issue a citation, make an arrest, and that is struck and replaced with temporarily detain. If I could defer to council in terms of the difference between, so we're in a situation we've in this version, which is not the same version that was introduced 6 months ago. But what it says essentially is that we've decriminalized. There are no penalties or fines for violating the law in terms of unauthorized encampment. The issue is if somebody refused to move after giving the appropriate notice, after being informed that there was an alternate shelter option for them, then in fact, if they refused to move and they were given a lawful order to move, then what gives the authority for APD to move that individual in terms of this language?
Well, the case law allows just what you said. If a person in a camp is offered a shelter option and they refuse that person can be issued a criminal citation. Does that answer your questions?
Well, but in terms of, can they be moved using the language temporarily detain versus arrest?
Well, the term temporarily detain is a vague term not defined in the law, whereas the term arrest has been litigated extensively in criminal law and it's very well defined parameters and means something very specific, but temporarily detained is vague and opens the ordinance up to litigation.
Okay, then we have against a person camping on public property. Well, it's public and private property, so what's the value of that language? Against a person camping on public property, or is that just redundant?
I have no legal concern about striking that. It's a policy decision whether to keep it in or not. It just clarifies that this ordinance only applies to camping on public property.
It refers to private and public property. Well, okay, my version refers to both. I'm sorry, please clarify that statement.
Well, what was that, Mayor?
It's public and private property.
Oh, okay, I again missed it. Oh, the difference between public and private property? Well, this ordinance is only prohibiting making it a criminal act to camp on public property. It does not make camping on private property a criminal act.
Because that already is. Right.
They're both illegal.
I mean, there's no trespassing on private property.
It's this ordinance, this unauthorized camp ordinance only makes it illegal to camp on public property.
Okay, so then 9A, you say that person has refused or failed to move.
That, I have no legal concern about that. It clarifies what the purpose is of this ordinance. If that person refuses, if they've been offered a shelter option and they refuse to leave, then they can be issued a citation.
Okay, but that's already basically stated, though, without that.
It's been stated before, yes.
Okay, so that's redundant language.
Mayor, can I?
I'm going to finish going through this.
Okay.
The city has an indoor shelter option that is realistic, practicable, and safe. Are those? They're not defined in the amendment as to what that means, and those are not terms of art. Am I correct?
The terms realistic, practicable, and safe, they are not defined, they are vague. What might be safe to, or what might be realistic, practical, and safe to one person may not be to another person. So those terms, realistic, practicable, and safe, could open the ordinance up to litigation.
Okay. Then we have, and that shelter has agreed to take the person, and the person has refused to move from the camp. I mean, it's already understood that the city has to provide a shelter option for that individual.
That's correct, Your Honor, and it's excuse me, Your Honor, but before we can even post a camp to abate it, we have to have a shelter option available for that. So this is redundant in that sense.
Okay.
And the idea that well, again, it's redundant if the person refuses to move after being offered a shelter option.
Okay. Then it deletes then in C, subparent 3C, exception to this section, I'm not sure what that means. Can you explain that?
I don't know what the purpose is in striking that.
Okay, then it says if a person is ordered in writing, and again, a realistic, practicable, and safe, and I think we already discussed that there's no definition in this as to what that means.
There's a concern that the terms, what does in writing mean? Does the posting of a sign constitute a writing? Or when we offer a shelter option, it just, how we deliver a writing to a person that might be still in a camp that we are abating, it makes enforcement extremely difficult.
Okay.
And again, the terms realistic, practical, and safe, they're vague, and I don't know what that means.
Okay, then we, again, repeating, has agreed to accept that person. Then a citation and is subject to a temporary detention, and I think we've already discussed that, versus arrest in order to facilitate the person's move to the available shelter. Then subparent 4, any person cited for and convicted, it goes on. And then can you explain then it goes the maximum penalty provision here?
Since we've already said above that the violating this ordinance, the general penalty provisions of the city code do not apply for violating this ordinance. The first part that prescribes a specific punishment is a practical option. It specifically identifies what the punishment should be, a fine not to exceed $25 in the community service. That's all practical and a policy decision.
So that part would actually clarify.
It clarifies, and I have no legal concern about that part.
Okay.
The last sentence, a violation of this section shall not constitute disorderly conduct. Well, that goes unsaid. That it's not necessary to have that. This ordinance is just this ordinance. It's 94-122. It doesn't need, I don't see a purpose for that last sentence.
Mayor?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem? Sorry, I'd like a...
First, I want to say something because this is really a competing ordinance, what you have with all these amendments. I do think we should vote on the entirety of your, it's basically a new ordinance.
Right. Well, Mayor Pro Tem, can I finish going through it? And then...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So then on 114-106, under definitions, under evidence of authorized camps or unauthorized camps, it states, it strikes, or any form of cover or protection from the elements other than clothing. Can you discuss that?
That term that's struck, that came straight out of case law. And if you strike that, there's a possibility that this could cause this ordinance to be declared unconstitutional. It was put in because the case law requires that exception.
Very well. Okay, so then we go to, when we're defining shelter, it strikes blankets or any form of cover or protection from the elements other than clothing. I'm sorry, did we just...
So if you strike the term blankets or other forms of protection, you're creating a loophole. So if I am camping overnight and the only thing I'm having over me is a blanket, then I would not be violating this ordinance, so it's a loophole.
Okay, very well. And then 114-107, realistic, practicable, and safe. Again, no definition in the ordinance itself, and none of these are terms of art. Am I correct?
That's correct. They're not defined.
Okay, and then and the realistic, practicable, and safe indoor available shelter options will accept all of the individuals and families in an unauthorized camp. I think that's already, does that clarify anything? I think that language is already there.
Case law does not require the city to have a shelter option available for every person that's homeless in the city before we make it a crime to be in an unauthorized camp.
Okay.
So this makes it very difficult to enforce if that's a requirement.
Okay, then 114-108. Again, we use the terms realistic, practical, and safe, and I think we've discussed that. Then we have and the realistic, again, that same language, available shelter options and willing to accept. Okay, so that is the same language. Then we go to 114-109, subparent 1, which has agreed to accept the person, and I think that's redundant. Then we go to 114-110, subparent 1, taking, replacing a 72-hour notice with a 7-day notice. I wonder if you could speak to the situation. So if I understand the situation in Denver, when they got that court order, they were literally doing abatements in the same day that they gave notice. Is that correct?
That is correct. The 7-day advance notice that Denver uses came from a settlement of their first lawsuit. Denver agreed to provide 7 days advance notice. Then Denver got sued a second time for not following that settlement agreement. And the judge ruling on the Denver motion about that case stated that Denver had to abide what they agreed to in the settlement of 7 days, but the judge also allowed the Denver to abate camps when there was a public health threat or a safety threat, and allowed that abatement advance notice of 48 hours to be sufficient. So Denver has both a 7-day notice and a 48-hour notice. So our 72-hour notice is a compromise between the two, and most of the items that we have been using in the past 6 months to abate a camp have been issues of public safety and public health.
And what are some of the other communities, surrounding communities, do in terms of
reasons why we abate a camp?
Yes.
If there's evidence of fires, if there's if they have propane tanks, butane tanks, if there's hazardous materials, if there's uneaten, rotten, discarded food, which can be a draw rodents to the area, if there's fecal material, if there's hypodermic needles present, if there's indoor furniture outside, which is again can cause rodent infestations, if the camp location interferes with stormwater maintenance, or if it's in a flood zone or in an area prone to flooding, that's a safety threat. When the camp layout doesn't allow access for emergency services, so if there was a 911 call, someone's having a problem, if the rescue people cannot get in, that's a problem, a safety issue. The violations of the International Fire Code and the Building Code are, again, safety issues. If the residents are connecting to electrical fixtures like street pole lights or other things, that unauthorized electrical connection is a safety issue. There have been camps that have undermined the public infrastructure, in particular along I-225, around 6th Avenue. Camps have dug into the hillside there, which again causes a safety issue for traffic above.
And I believe that there was an incident that occurred over the weekend on 2nd and Sable, where a culvert.
There was a recent camp under Colfax, just east of Airport Boulevard. The culvert was 32 feet long. There had been multiple fires in the culvert. Definitely a very unsafe condition, and the fire department in trying to enter into that culvert, they lost radio contacts, so they had to withdraw the fire personnel for safety issues. So yeah, that particular camp, because of where it was located and the depth, it was an absolute safety hazard for the people there and the first responders that had to deal with the fires.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, I've concluded my remarks.
The mayor, are you done, Mayor?
And I stand in opposition to the Marcano amendment, strike below amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coombs?
My point of order was Councilmember Marcano going to get a chance to respond to any of the remarks about the intent of his amendments, but now that time seems to have passed.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Who's talking? Councilmember Marcano.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I do want to respond a bit here because I know we just spent a whole lot of time on the notice. So those last points, I'm not really sure why we went into a whole conversation about when you can order folks to move immediately, because none of that was changed. So I kind of feel like there might have been a little bit of a theatrical intent there. That was not changed. The only thing that changed there was the 7-day notice from a 72-hour notice. Going back to the realistic, practicable, and safe indoor phrasing, it's my understanding that part of what we're doing and part of why we have conversations like this when we're crafting legislation is to create a legislative history. And I think I made the intent of what I meant by realistic, practicable, and safe, meaning realistic, meaning that this actually exists, practicable, meaning that it is ready to be used, and safe, following the HUD definitions for what is considered safe and dignified shelter space. I thought that was kind of why we have these conversations and why I'm able to explain to my colleagues and the public what it is we're trying to accomplish here. Some of what I think the mayor just said was redundant. It is, I think, for clarification purposes. I don't think it's necessarily redundant. In fact, a lot of the law that I have read is exceptionally redundant because you don't want folks to be able to gotcha you at one point. In terms of the blankets, it was my understanding that you would still be considered publicly camping because you'd be sleeping outdoors at night. We specifically say what camping is not. And sleeping outdoors at night, in a space, even if you were using a blanket, would potentially be considered camping. So I don't follow, or I guess maybe I just disagree with the interpretation that City Attorney Joyce expressed there, but that is not the intent of removing blanket. Again, my intent of removing blanket is so that we don't inadvertently, hit someone who is reading a book on a bench with a blanket at night, or, moving or walking, their child in a stroller, at night with a blanket or something like that, that would potentially become considered camping, because you're specifically calling out a blanket, which can be, yes, an accessory to camping, but does not make camping in and of itself. Also, with regards to the violation of this, it shall not constitute disorderly conduct, I'd like a comment from City Attorney Joyce on this, because it's my understanding this is a method that we currently have unhoused folks ending up in the criminal legal system in our city today, by basically being charged with disorderly conduct, and that this is something that also happens in Denver and other cities who have similar policies on the books. So I felt it was necessary to call out that specific thing, because no one is necessarily being cited for, or will be eligible for general penalties just for the act of camping outdoors. But if someone decides to say, oh, well, now you're disobeying me, or charge them for disorderly conduct, then you can effectively end up criminalizing homelessness through that. So I'd like your comment on that, please.
Okay, your reference to the disorderly conduct charge, I don't believe it's necessary whether other jurisdictions are charging that or not. That's not the intent of this ordinance. This is just to charge 94-122. So beyond that, I don't know what the purpose is for that. With respect to the camping and the blankets issue, the way camping is defined in the mayor's ordinance, it says overnight occupancy is what's prohibited. And camping does not, and it specifically says, camping does not include napping during the day or picnicking. So you can lay out a blanket and picnic and still not violate this ordinance. It's when you use a blanket or other material to sleep overnight, to stay overnight. And
Right, I don't see where we're actually at odds with what I said in terms of my intent for, removing blanket then. Because my goal is to ensure that someone who is reading a book under, under a lamp on a bench at night is not considered to be camping.
If they are spending...
sleeping overnight occupancy is, again, like something that is very specifically called out here. So why would we need to include blanket then? Because you can do that with or without a blanket.
By eliminating the term blanket, in my opinion, you're creating a loophole that if they're using a blanket and they're camping overnight, you've just allowed them to do that. And I think to get to your last question, when you use the terms realistic, practicable, and safe to mean exist, why not just use the term exist instead of those three vague terms?
Sure, if that's something that you feel would be better language, I'm fine with considering that a friendly amendment then.
No, I think it's unnecessary language altogether. I think it says that in the ordinance already, the mayor's version. If the city has to have a shelter option available before we can post it, abate it, so I don't think it's necessary to have that language at all.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Sundberg.
I move to vote on Councilmember Marcano's amendments as a whole.
Are you calling for the vote?
Calling for the question.
For the question?
Okay,
so is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
There's no discussion.
There's no, oh, sorry, it's non-debatable. Okay, go ahead and, Katie, can you pull that up for a vote?
Yes, it's now open for vote.
Got kicked out of my session here, sorry.
You don't want to stay from where
Mayor, how would you like to vote on this?
Mayor votes aye.
And Councilmember Marcano, I can put your vote in for you.
No.
Okay, the motion passes with 6 votes to call for the question on Marcano's amendments. With the no votes,
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Was this a vote? This was a vote on...
This was the vote to call the question, is that
But
correct?
I think it, unfortunately, on the e-scribe, it says we're voting on the abatement or ordinance versus the vote
Right, for the motion.
on Councilmember Sundberg's motion. So can we just do that over?
I'm sorry, yes, it says motion to vote on Marcano's amendment, so this was to call the question, my apologies. So we can open the vote again. What the motion is on the table is to call for the question for Councilmember Marcano's amendments.
Okay, we're calling, yeah, everybody got that? Okay. Oops, I lost my thing.
It's not coming back up for me, but I don't need to change my vote.
We're opening it back up, Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you.
Sundberg, Zelvonic. Okay, the vote is now open. Mayor, you voted aye, is that correct?
Mayor votes aye.
Is this, just for clarification, on the original motion or on the one?
This was on call for the question. We're voting on call for the
So we're
question.
skipping debate entirely then on the, okay. That's
The Marcano amendments or on the whole proposal?
No, we're calling, it's a call for the question on the Marcano amendment.
Okay.
As a whole.
Council, okay. The motion passes with 9 votes, 2 noes from Councilmember Murillo and Councilmember Coombs.
Okay, so
Mayor
do we
Protem?
have a motion now on Councilmember Marcano's amendment?
I thought that's what we just voted on.
No, that was the call for the question on your amendment.
Okay, I have like 3 levels of votes here now. Getting a little lost.
Right, we're now going to vote on yours amendment.
Yeah, so if I could just have the record corrected then to say no on the call for the question.
Okay, Katie, can you make that correction for Councilmember Marcano?
Yes, Councilmember Marcano will put you down as a no. That would make it 3 noes for that.
Okay, so now I can entertain a motion on the Marcano amendment?
It automatically goes back to.
Oh, it automatically, okay. Oh my God, okay. Got it.
Yeah, good. McConnell strike below amendment.
And Katie, you're pulling it up on the e-scribe?
Yes, so just to clarify, we are voting on Councilmember Marcano's amendment.
Yes.
As a whole.
Yes.
And the motion was made by?
Oh.
So do we need a separate
I guess
motion and
Councilmember
second?
Sundberg and second by Jurenski.
Okay.
That was the call for the question.